the annexures?
That's right.
And the third file being the exhibit file. This is the Katiso bail bundle, which was marked CJC 4.
That's correct.
Commissioners, you will have 2 additional files, and that is a set of exhibits. And in terms of the order, these should be marked CJC 5. They are broken into 2 files, CJC 5.1 in one file, and CJC 5.2 and 3 in another. Chair,
I've got file 1 of 3, 2 of 3, and CJC 5.2 and CJC 5.3. I think you mentioned something else. What is that?
That would be CJC 4 from yesterday, the exhibit file.
4.
The Katiso bail bundle. My apologies, Commissioners.
But we'll probably get there much later, so...
Hopefully tomorrow.
Hopefully. Thank you.
Yes, Chair, just to say that the exhibit bundles, both CJC 4 and CJC 5, are going to be used by all 3 witnesses, so they're not attached to a single witness.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Bowe.
Witness A, if we can turn to the first file that has your statement.
It's in front of me.
Please confirm that this is a statement you have prepared for purposes of giving your testimony before this commission.
I confirm.
And if you turn to page 50 of the statement, please confirm that that is your signature at the end of that statement.
Yes, indeed it is.
Commissioners, having confirmed the statement, we will now proceed to deal with the contents thereof. For anonymity purposes, we don't propose to deal with much of the service history and part of the introduction. We'll focus on those parts that do not reveal Witness B's identity. Witness B, can you confirm the correctness of paragraph 1 of your statement?
That's correct.
And in paragraph 2 and 3 of your statement, you deal with the cases you're investigating. Can you briefly take the commission through these cases and the charges that are involved in these cases?
Yes. The charges, actual fact, I'll start by the case numbers. It's case number, case number 27544/2024. As I would say, it has its babies, of which it's Brandy, case number 149/4/2024, also Inappropriate 77/4/2024, and Sunnyside case number 286/1/2024. And then the charges thereof it's murder, Inappropriate possession of unlicensed firearm, Bramley's possession of unlicensed firearms and motor vehicle. Sunnyside, it's hijacking.
Thank you, Witness B. At paragraphs 4 to 6, you deal with your service history. Can you confirm the correctness of these paragraphs?
Yes, that is correct.
Witness B, at paragraph 7, you deal with the Swat murder. And before you go into the murder investigation itself, you talk about complexities that you faced. can you take the Commission briefly through these complexities and the unique challenges you faced?
Throughout my career, I've been dealing with the complex matters, mainly serious and violent crimes, of which it had its own challenges. But with this case, it has been a unique one. I think it has escalated to the extreme, and it has so many interferences, it has so many threats. Not that I never dealt with threats before, but in this instance it was so intense.
Thank you. Oh, you may continue.
Amongst other things that were unique, it was the docket itself. It has there's a lot of people who had an interest in those case, of which it was quite strange, and there was a lot of people who had not the docket itself, maybe if I may put it like that, just the interest in the information, of which it was quite unique. Mainly not because there was an interest in the docket for the good of it, but mostly to the side of the suspect, of which it was quite strange. It was like, I don't know how to put it. There was something so special about the suspects that were involved in this one. Because as I have said, I've been dealing with so many serious crimes that some of them worth to be published even in the newspapers and so on, but I've never seen so much interest in those cases. But in this one, there was too much.
Can I just ask a question quickly? Witness B, this is Commissioner Kumalo here. When you say there was a lot of interest, was it interest coming from members of the public or from within the service? And at what levels if it's within the service?
Thank you, Commissioner. It was from all spheres, from public to service to all kind of ranks.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. Witness B, Witness A spoke in detail about the scene, but at paragraph 8, you deal with your initial attendance to the scenes on the 17th of April. Can you take the Commission through this?
Yes, Commissioners, as Witness A have indicated, yes, indeed, we attended the crime scene on the instruction of Brigadier Mabandla. Initially, it was just myself and my colleagues, and then we were joined by 2 other colleagues. Yes, indeed, the scene was consisting of 4 crime scenes, of which we'll break it down by saying, mainly we were called to attend the scene at Bramley, whereby the suspects were arrested, and then those scenes, one of that scene, it was divided into 2 because there's where the suspect, when they come from Vereeniging using a different vehicle, went in, parked that vehicle there with some certain exhibits, and then they drove in a different vehicle to almost 2 streets away from that street where they were apprehended. So, and then the next one, it was at Ancient One-Stop Garage, it's Klepprevier area, and then the other one, it was at Vereeniging. Us being called to the scene where people were apprehended, it worth it for us to be able to coordinate all these 4 scenes in order to get a picture of what is happening. Because as much as we were called at Bramley, the murder scene, actually, it was at Vereeniging where everything started. Because that's where Mr. Armand Swat was brutally killed. And then everything started from there when the CCTV TV footage from the company could identify the vehicles, they were circulated, and then subsequently they were arrested at Brimley. And then what bore Kleprafir 77, or as they were moving from Vereeniging to Joburg, and then one suspect got a puncture, and then he was forced now to stop at engine garage at Kleprafir, where he was subsequently arrested.
Thank you, Witness B. And at paragraph 10, you deal with the three suspects arrested. Can you explain that to the Commission?
Oh, yes. Hence, I've said we first attended the scene at Brimley, where we found three people contained at that point, of which we ought to interview each and every one. Subsequently, only two were detained. One was never detained, given the explanation and the connection to the crime. It didn't warrant him to be arrested. Therefore, the third person that we talk about in this whole thing is the one that was arrested in Kleprafir, who was part of this crime that happened at Vereeniging. Let me first say what happened at Vereeniging. At Vereeniging, there was two cars that were there, of which one is an I-20, white I-20 Hyundai, that had two occupants who I would say they were shooters, because they were the ones that confronted Mr. Swat and brutally shot at him. And then there was the one that was scouting. But when you look at the video footage, you can see that those both cars, they are together, they're working together, and there's one portion where they signal to each other to show that they're working together.
Witness B, just before you continue, I just want to bring to the Commissioner's attention that Witness B has prepared a timeline which we will flight, which will make it easier for the Commissioners to follow the timeline. We will also be using other visual aids which will also be projected. These are covered extensively in the statement, but they're just an infographic representation of what she'll essentially be explaining. So we'll ask you to also have regard to the screens in front of you. Witness B, you were going to touch on the names of the three people who were arrested on the 17th.
Yes, the first two people that were arrested at Brimley, it was Michael Bulletau, who is an ex-police detective at Johannesburg Detective Branch. And the second one is Musa Kekana. And then the third one who was arrested at Kleprafir, it's Floyd Diego Denny Mabusela.
Thank you. At paragraph 11, you deal with the roles that each of these individuals played. Can you explain this to the Commission?
Yes, as I've already indicated, these people were driving in two cars, of which in one of the cars it was two occupants. Two occupants, it was Musa Kekana and Bulletau. They were the ones that actually the shooters. And in one of the other vehicle, it was Denny Diego Mabusela, of which his role it was scouting.
And the one in which Mr. Tau and Mr. Kekana were in, is that the Hyundai?
That's correct, Commissioner. It was a Hyundai I-20.
At paragraph 12, you deal with the summary of the evidence used to link the three accused persons. Can you take the Commission through that?
The evidence that was used, it comprises of different methods, if I put it like that, that will be including a video footage. Hence, I've indicated that at QTech there was a video footage that gives us a glimpse of what happened there, and that actually helped the investigation by leading the police to know which vehicles that subsequently with that information they were arrested at Bramley through the information that was extracted from that video footage. Other than that, there is also witnesses that managed to take down the registration other than the footage, because in the footage you hardly see the registration, but with the help of the witnesses that were in the vicinity at the time, that quickly thought of taking down the registration and escalated to the police. It made it easier to be able to track these vehicles. And then other than that, there was a lot of investigation tools that were used, including cell phones. Hence, I believe that, I don't believe, I know for sure that Witness A has touched on the exhibits that were found shortly after an arrest. That amongst those, it was cell phones. And as much as I was busy with other things, I couldn't follow everything that he told the commissioners. But it's worth noting that during the preparation, this kind of matter, it was not just the hit and run one, it was well prepared. Amongst the preparation, it was that the suspect will leave their personal phone, record phone to them at home, and then use what we call burner phones, the phone that is not easily traceable, that will be mainly used for the certain job and discarded. But the fact that all those phones were recovered during arrest, it helped a lot to link the suspects and the crimes, all four crime scenes, if I may put it like that. Other than cell phones, people, footages, there was also firearms. Hence, we know that at Vernacheng, it was a brutal killing. Obviously, firearms were used, and then subsequently firearms recovered. That also helped in the linkages.
Sorry, Witness B, the video footage at QTech around 7 o'clock on the 17th of April 2024, does it actually show the shooting incident? Because as the commission, we've only seen the still shots of the CCTV, but the video footage that you have watched, does it actually show the occupants of the Hyundai firing at Mr. Swat?
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, of course, it shows the shooting, but maybe if I should paint a picture, yes, you can see the occupants that there are two, but what you cannot see, it's their facials to be able to identify from there.
Thank you.
Witness B, you explain with reference to paragraph 13 that the exhibits that were found on the scene were taken for analysis. Can you take the commission briefly through the types of analysis that you engaged with?
In terms of the cell phones were taken to cybercrime for downloading, and then there was also section 205 in terms of the data extraction, and then when we get into firearms were also taken to ballistic for analysis. And then when I'm talking about the cell phones, well, with the Section 205, looking at the data, it was quite a quicker process, but when it comes to downloading, it took a little bit lengthier because of its dynamics and obtaining of the warrants and then the specifics to the people that are going to extract specific in terms of what the magistrate is looking for. So if I may put it like to say that one, it delays a little bit because you prepare a warrant. When you get to the magistrate, he might be taking you back to say rectify here and there. You go back, you rectify. You come back, the magistrate is satisfied. When you take the actual exhibits to cybercrime, they say, no, we don't want it like this, we want it like that. And then there was like those pulling all in and out, because when you get to the magistrate, you might be saying, no, but I'm supposed to give the permission. They can't tell me how to do it. They must follow what I'm saying. So there was like those struggles of which they might have taken a month or two. That's why I'm saying it delayed the whole process. But in terms of Section 205, that was quicker. And with that only, without even having the downloads, we were able to have some linkages. We were able to identify certain people of interest.
Witness
And
B.
mainly we were able to place the accused in the crime scene.
Yes, Witness B, for the Commission's benefit, the Section 205 you just talked about is to obtain the call data. Am I correct?
That's correct.
And the firearms would have been sent for ballistic analysis.
That's right. Of which that was also not a lengthy process. It was just a quick one.
Thank you. The next topic.
Sorry, because there's mention of more than one place where ballistic testing was sought. Please mention the name of the first place you sent these to.
The first place, it was ballistic at Silverton. Maybe it's worth mentioning that the firearms after recovery were sold by a photographer, LCRC member, and then booked at Bramley SAPS. The very same member went to Bramley SAPS and booked those exhibits to the ballistic. Well, in that process, I was not the one, but I was communicating with the member to ask him to take those firearms as quick as possible to the ballistic.
Witness B, can you just explain what LCRC is, just for our benefit?
LCRC is Local Criminal Record Center.
Thank you. You then start to deal with a different topic, and this relates to the accused's first appearance on the 19th of April. Can you take the Commission through that?
Yes, I will be able to do that. On the 9th, it was the first appearance of the accused at court, and then there was few things that were noted that were unusual. Hence, I've said we've been at court like all our careers, but in this one, there was some unusual things that happened at court. Well, to mention the large numbers of the supporters of the suspects, maybe it's beside the point, but what happened thereof, maybe it's worth mentioning. I would say amongst the troops that were there, what we've noted is that the interest, more than to be at court, it was on us. As much as we would identify people trying to take a video footage of us, And then some of the things were informed by the security at court because they also noted some strange stuff. Like they came to me, they know me because I've been to that court in the past and other matters. They might be telling me that, hey, these people are trying to take your photo, but we've controlled it and everything. Some of the things that we didn't see, the security informed us about. And there's this one particular utterance that was uttered by a certain lady that I think it's also worth mentioning. She was like saying out loud, like more like bragging and intentionally so, because we were close by. It's like, you know, when someone is trying to indirectly convey a message to you, but not really saying it to you, but knowing very well that you'll get the message. She said, Katie will make this thing disappear. Like, we didn't understand where does it come from and why is it necessary and why so loud and so bragging, why also next to us. And then after that, after the court, well, all that happened, we noted after the court, when we have to disperse now, I've noted that most of the people that were at court now, we were all out in front of the court, but we were standing like not far from each other, still briefing with each other. I was briefing with my colleagues. They were standing just there looking at us. And I've noted, and I told my colleagues to say, you know what, those people, I feel like they want to see which car are we going to ride in. I don't feel comfortable going to the car because I was supposed to drive my car all alone and I didn't feel comfortable about that. And then, but anyway, the team felt that we will stand here until when if they don't move. If eventually they want to see that and they invested to see it, then they won't move until we move, and then we'll wait here until when. And then I asked one of my colleagues to come drive my car because I didn't feel good about it. And then indeed we drove in 3 different cars, and then witness B being the one at the back, I guess he touched on this and then he noticed certain things. And then he contacted us about those, and then we stopped at the garage, not far in the town there. And then we debriefed, and then we tried to say, let's now, you keep driving, my not jumping into that car because I cannot drive alone now. And then let's see if they're still following us. And then indeed, they keep on following us, of which it was noted they even tried to drive us off the road. And then amongst the cars, if I may make mention, at a later stage, we get to know who are they linked to. Not all of them, but one of the cars that were in the convoy that was following us, driving us off-road, when we're doing other duties where the suspects are concerned, we find it parked there in that house. So we started to recall to say, oh, but this car is one of those cars.
Witness B, I'm going to take you back just to ask, in high-profile matters, is it regular for the people in the gallery to have an interest in you, or was this something that was unusual?
It was very unusual. It was very unusual. People, they might become, support the suspect and all that, but not really to take interest on us.
And when you deal with the cars that followed you after the proceedings, you mentioned that one of the cars you spotted while you're doing investigations over there, you said a house over there. Are you at liberty to disclose where you saw some of these cars at a later stage?
Okay. Maybe I'm gonna jump the miles now because with everything, the arrest on the 19th, there was bail applications, there was bail on new facts, and subsequently one of the accused got a bail on new facts, and he was given strict instruction to stay at home in Warawara. And then I was also tasked to time and again to go and check him, of which I didn't for the longest time. But on that one day when I decided to go and check him in his house, that's where I found the very same car that I'm talking about parking outside his house.
And just for clarity, the accused that you're referring to is?
It's Mr. Puletau.
And what car was this?
It was a RAV4.
And you say in your statement that after the cars pursued you on your way back from the first appearance, you went back and reported this. Can you take us through this?
Oh yes, we went back to the office and we reported those occurrences, of which subsequently we were advised to do some TRA, to fill in some forms in order for TRA to be conducted on us, of which we did. We did fill the forms, we submitted to the office of our Colonel Mgwena. However, unfortunately, nothing really came forward for this effort.
At paragraph 19, you explain that at that stage you didn't fully appreciate the gravity of the case. Can you explain why?
As much as we have seen that we have been followed and all, at the back of our minds, it was like, okay, they're trying to intimidate us. We didn't know how deep it is, because even when we were confronted for the first time by the name Katie, who's gonna make this disappear, we didn't really at that point know who's Katie, how is he connected to, how is he gonna make this disappear, what powers does he hold to make this disappear. As much as we were aware that this has a potential danger, but the degree we didn't really understand it at the time.
And did this inform you not escalating this formally with your commander?
I wouldn't say we didn't escalate it formally. The fact that we went back, we went back and reports and the steps. It's not a small step to fill the TRA. It means we were saying, please look at this. There's a potential danger here. It's just that there's nothing that came forth out of it, maybe to look at, maybe we should have known about the dangers right there and there.
Thank you, Witness B. In your statement, you move on to the next topic, that is the phone analysis, and you take us through the two processes that are followed in this regard. Can you explain this to the Commission?
Oh, yes. We have, as I said, we first got a Section 205 for data. And then after that data that we've applied for came back, then there was another process to analyze it. And to through those analyses, there were linkages that we had out of that process alone, let alone the downloading. And then we have the second part that I said it took a little bit longer, of which now it's an actual downloading of the cell phones, where now we can be able to see the communications, the WhatsApps, the messages. But with the data, mostly we could see that there was phone calls from to, but we won't really see any messages, to be precise, mostly. But when we take to the other process where now we can follow, like even the messages, we can hear what was said to who, that's another process. That's why now I'm saying it's two. And that's why earlier on I said as early as in the process of data analysis, we're able now to link the suspects to the crime scenes. We're able now to link the extended people that I would call in people of interest. Now you can see now that this person has been contacted prior, during, or after the crimes are committed. Then that's why at the time we said it's the person of interest, because it was worth pursuing why.
Witness B, can you just clarify paragraph 21 of your statement? You say there, after seizing numerous mobile phones found at the scenes, does that include Vereniging, or are you only referring to Bramley and Q?
Oh, thanks, Commissioner. When I'm talking about cell phones, all cell phones, maybe it worth mentioning, all cell phones were, except one, they were recovered at Bramley where the arrest happened. All of them, except the one banner phone that was with Mabusela at Engine One store. And maybe I should make it a little bit more clearer, because maybe it might be confusing. As we've said that mostly they will leave their original cell phone at house. So what happened here is after they came back and they felt it was safe now, they were not arrested, the mission was accomplished, they took their original phones, got into the van with their original phone, including a banner phone. That's where all those phones were confiscated. And then also the one at Engine was also confiscated, but it was booked at Clap Revere SAPS. But most of the phones, including Mabusela's original phone, it was also confiscated at Bramley.
Thank you.
Witness B, you mentioned the person of interest at paragraph 25. Will you share the name with the commission?
Oh, at the time, he was a person of interest because we could see the habits, we could see the trade, we could see that this person was very important into this case, because seemingly the calls were going to him during scouting, during and shortly after the murder. So this person later on, we found out that is Mr. Katiso Mlive, who was subsequently later added in this matter.
Yes. Witness B, then at paragraph 26, you deal with how Mr. Molefe was then linked to the Swat murder. Can you take the commission through this process?
Oh, yes. Besides what I've already touched on by the cell phone data, and it goes a little further more, because even the downloads, they still bring him closer to this case, not even closer, he's part of that. What I can say now, there's a date that I'm gonna mention, but maybe before I go to the date, let me first explain to the commissioners as to why are we here in the first place. This all started when the company at Transnet called SK Group was awarded with a tender. And then in this tender, it has been established that there was a lot of manipulation. First of all, that in the process of awarding that tender, there was two things that were very outstanding. is to say, in competition with this SK group, there was two also more companies, of which it was Mount Gate Trading and Strive Forth. And then as investigation progresses, we learned that this Mount Gate and Strive Forth, they actually domained companies, meaning there was no competition in the first place for the SK.
Witness A, can you just stop for a second? Our apologies, Witness B. We were just having a technical difficulty. Can you explain the scheme again, the Transnet scheme?
Okay. Yes, it starts from a tender that was awarded to a group called SK. And then the SK group, the awarding process itself, it shows that there was a problem because the two competitors, it was Strive and Mount Gate. When we do investigation, we can tell now that those two were just domained companies, meaning this SK didn't have any competition to start with. But I'll go back to SK itself. SK itself, it's connected to the person called Lucky Mlife. Lucky Mlife is the nephew to Katiso Mlife. This SK group was awarded this tender, and then after it was awarded this tender, all we can tell it was a manipulation because of these two companies. Already Lucky Mlife is the buyer, is the one who was facilitating this process. So already Lucky Mlife knew that he's going to give it to SK because these ones were just there to make it look like, but it was not really the true reflection of the competition. There was no competition for SK. However, what makes this thing complex is that we have a company called QTech that has a relationship with Transnet for over 40 years. And it has been supplying Transnet with, they call it springs and accessories. I don't know the right word, but it's a small spring. I've seen it during the course of my investigation. That was supplied to Transnet straight from them as they are the manufacturers. However, in 2023, they were surprised because they learned now that there is this SK group coming to them to buy the very same spring that they normally supply to the Transnet. But in this instance, it looks like the tender was awarded to SK, and their first surprise, it was normally the tenders are advertised, and this one, it was never advertised. They were surprised to see that there was actually a tender by this SK coming to them to buy these springs. But it gets worse because now they sell these springs with legally like 3.95, but nothing more than 4 rand each. However, the SK group, when they submitted their purchase order to them, they were shocked to see they selling the very same spring that worth 3.95 to Transnet on the price of 151 rand. And then when the inspector to inspect the springs before they were released, they raised a concern to say, how are you aware, Transnet, that you're buying something that worth less than 4 rand with 151 rand? And then the inspector said, no, we're not aware, but I'm going to escalate to the managers, of which according to the inspector, he didn't. But eventually, like, he got to know about the grief of the QTech. That's where the problem started now, because suddenly there was a new purchase order with now an amended price that was now R5.10 that was sent to QTech now. Now they've got two different prices with two purchase orders. Seeing what they've seen, they've decided now to report this matter. There's a whistleblower from the company that decided to report to the Department of Enterprise. And then that's where everything started. Then the department tasked the Transnet to have an investigation. Then investigation ensued. And then eventually, like, he was requested to finish the processes of the tender that was awarded to SK, of which he delayed. He delayed up until the 12th of April. That's where everything started to connect the dots to our case now, because the investigating officer from Transnet, he then now confronted him to say, I need those processes, papers. So, and then we see something happening now in this case. Exactly on the 12th, we see Tao driving to Katiso Mlife's house, according to the data. And then also the tracker, the vehicle tracker. And then they both drive to QTech for the first time. They go scout there.
Witness B,
And that scout.
before you move on to that portion, perhaps to just point out to the commissioners that the scheme is described at paragraph 36.3 until 26.3 till 26.5. Witness
Do we have that graph that was displayed
we can make it available.
so that we can insert it into our files?
Certainly.
Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. Witness B, if you can then start at paragraph 26.6. This is now where you deal with the relationship between Mr. Lucky Molefe and Katiso Molefe and his, I guess, the request for assistance in this regard once the scheme was discovered.
Yes. This is now, as I've said, that on the top, that's when now the investigating officer from Transnet requested those documents from Lucky. And then okay, maybe
Just to assist you, Witness B, this is where you start to deal with the communication and information from the cell phones, which shows you the communication between Mr. Molefe, Lucky Molefe, and Mr. Katiso Molefe, as well as Mr. Puletau.
the communication, it's mostly between Mr. Mlive and Tau, and then we then see them meeting like personally on the for the first time on the 12th. After, like, we learned that he was requested to bring the papers, but instead of like bringing the papers, we see action happening between Tau and Mlive. when they start now going to the very same QTech to scout. And that you could see that from a data that Dawu drove to Katiso's place, and then they were together picking up at the same tower at Katiso's place. Shortly, they didn't even take some time. Shortly, they both seen driving together to Bernachem at QTech. And then from there, they go back to Katiso's house. Then Tau goes his way.
And does the scouting only happen on the 12th of April?
That was the beginning. That was the beginning of it. That's why I'm saying it was triggered by the investigating officer requesting these papers. Now it seemed to be urgent. Something needed to be done urgently. Otherwise, there was going to be problems. Because from the 12th, there was a scouting. The 13th, there was a scouting. The 14th, there was a scouting. The 15th, there was a scouting. The 16th, there was a scouting. Subsequently, Armand was killed on the 17th. But there's things that happened in between. We see Katiso sending a name and a number of the intended, supposedly they thought it was a whistleblower, but let me just say of the employee from the QTech, he sent it to Tau. Tau started sharing this with her girlfriend named Lerato, asking her to search and find who is that person, of which Lerato indeed she searched until she find the intended target with his boss, and she sent it back to them, to Tau. Let me not send it to them. Send it back to Tau. Tau send it back to Katiso, and they agreed that this should be him. And then the scouting continued, and then we could see there was a testing of vehicles and so forth. And in one of the days, we could see Tau's Viano there up until the knock-off time where everybody will leave QTechs. I think they were trying to identify the target. And what is notable, after the 16th from scouting, they go back to Mlipe again.
Thank you, Witness B. Commissioners, this is described in detail at para 26.8 and the sub-paragraphs thereafter.
Maybe just before you leave 26.8, Witness B, you say at one point Katiso Molefe sent details of employees of QTech to Mr. Tau.
That's correct, Commissioner. Yeah. That's when now he sent the cell phone number of the person that was intended to be shot, that was believed to be a whistleblower, and the name. I don't know if it's safe to call out the name of the victim.
No, Witness B, that's not necessary.
But it was not Mr. Swat, is that correct?
No, it was not Mr. Swat. It made it worth me mentioning that in all of this, unfortunately and sadly, Mr. Swat was never the intended target. It was a mistaken of identity.
I don't think we should get to who the actual whistleblower is. Let's leave it there for their own safety.
Yes.
Commissioners, just to cross-reference, this would be the annexures that Witness A went through yesterday with all of the stills. So that information is contained there.
Can we? Yes, it's what I was going to raise. Witness A gives dates of scouting, and I think she starts at 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I think it will be helpful that you cross-reference from yesterday's files, that you tell us the 12th is this exhibit that we looked at yesterday, the 13th is this, because to read this without reference to annexures will be very difficult when the witness is not here.
Commissioner Bailoy, we will do so. I'll just ask that once I get my file with witness A's annexures, I'll do that exercise and give you the references.
I'm happy that you can even start with that tomorrow morning, if you need the rest of today and the evening to do that cross-referencing.
Thank you. Witness B, at paragraph 20.
Sorry, before you move off this, at paragraph 26.8.4, and perhaps Ms. Bowe, it still falls in the category of what I'm asking, what I've asked that you do for us. The witness says, on 12 April 1st, Mr. Dow is seen driving to Mr. Molefe's place, and then they both drive to the location for scouting. I don't recall, and the witness, you can remind us, I don't recall that we saw evidence that they were both in the vehicle. I do recall the evidence about the vehicles, the vehicle going to Mr. Molefe and then it leaving. Is there evidence that they were both in the vehicle? And perhaps when you do the exercise that I've asked for, you can try and locate that.
Commissioner Baloy, I think witness B will be of assistance. She referred to cell towers being used to show that they were both at that location.
Maybe let me direct the question to her. Let me do that.
Certainly.
Yes. Witness B, at 26.8.4, you say on the 12th, first Mr. Dawi is seen driving to Mr. Molefe's place, and then they both drive to the location for scouting. How do you know that they were in that vehicle together to the location for scouting?
Commissioner, we know that through the call data. It's the call data that informs us that you can see from the Dow's call data and tracking reports driving to Mlife, and then from Mlife's house, according to call data, they both driving, picking in same towers up until at Vernach and Kultek, where they were scouting. Why I would refer to say they were driving together, I'm very much aware of the explanation that he gave during the bail, that he forgot the cell phone inside Dow's car. But I'm not convinced, commissioners, because in between he was making calls, let alone receiving calls. Receiving call, I will maybe give him a benefit of the doubt, because even Dow can answer. But making calls from your phone, that's extreme. And I know he was using iPhone, and I'm definitely sure that Dow wouldn't be able to access iPhone without him, because I know the security is in the iPhone. I'm using an iPhone.
Thank you, Witness B.
Thank you, Commissioner Paloy. Witness B, you wrap this section up at paragraph 26.9, where you talk to the motive. Can you explain this to the commissioners with reference to paragraph 26.9? Thank you.
Yes, the motive, yeah. Hence, I reference to the 12th. We say we see something common about the date, the 12th, because the 12th is when now, like, he was pressured to give the documents, and knowing that there was manipulation in this, and that would have costed him his job and everything that he worked for, And then instead he reached out to the uncle, and the uncle called out to the friend, and they both start scouting as immediately as they eat the 12, because the 12 is the genesis of why we are here now. And then
Oh, sorry, witness B, what's your belief that Mr. Lucky Mulife ordered the hit based on?
it's based on this SK tender and the whistleblower, because Commissioner, the actual person that was intended to be killed here is the whistleblower that was blowing the information in this SK tender thing. So unfortunately, we find Mr. Swat being killed, but not the person that was intended to be killed, because now it was creating problems for Lucky at work, now that the investigator is now needing to have these documents, and the same documents was going to reveal that these two companies that he said they were in competition with SK, they actually non-existent. And the SK itself, it has its own problems, because the investigation has revealed that even that it was a pawn in Lucky Mlife and Thapelo Mlife, who's the son to Katiso Mlife's pawn, because when the money was paid now, maybe I don't know if I'm going too forward, but when the money was paid now to this SK, what happens? It gets paid to SK account, but the whole amount is transferred to Thapelo Mlife's account, and Thapelo Mlife is the one paying people, including the so-called director of SK. He's getting as little as 30,000 out of 1.2. So now it tells you who are the mastermind of this SK group and this tender. And it gives you a clear picture why Mr. Mlife was interested and had to do something. Because he was protecting the interest of his own son and the nephew.
I understand about calls or other contact between some of the people alleged to be involved in the murder, that is before the murder, and even the report to Mr. Katiso Mulefi after the murder, that I think it said, Abuti, we are fine, something like that. So I would understand the basis for inferring or concluding that Mr. Katiso Mulefi could have ordered the hit. I'm not so sure that I get how you get to the conclusion or inference that Mr. Lucky Mulefi could have ordered the hit. But I will leave it there. You have made your point.
Commissioner, can I add a little something on Mlife?
Yes.
Mlife, meaning Lucky. Lucky is the person who awarded this tender to SK Group. And Mlife is referred to as the buyer at Transnet. Definitely, Mlife, Lucky is not the first time he buys these certain springs from for Transnet. And Mlife is at the liberty to look at the history in the system for the people who have been supplying them with the springs, of which, at the most, the people that maybe were expensive, they were not above 6 rand, mostly. I'm not talking about where he facilitated, where other employees facilitated the process. the least it's 6 rand. But in every tender where he was involved, it's 100 plus. So, what I'm trying to put out there is to say, Mlife, it's not only this tender that he awarded in this fashion. So opening an investigation for him, it was crucial because it was gonna expose not only this and others as well. That's why this whistleblower had to be taken care as quickly as possible before everything come to light.
And perhaps witness B, just to clarify with reference to the infographic, there's a dotted line next to Molefe on the right where you mentioned that further investigations have found other schemes. Can you explain that briefly?
That's correct. Unfortunately, that's it's still under investigation, but it's safe to say it's more than one. It could be 10, 15 or 3, but it's more than one.
Thank you, witness B.
Sorry, Commissioner. One last information that I forgot to include where QTech is concerned. That's why it was so important to eliminate QTech, is that on the system, they've been having this relationship with Transnet for over 40 years. But when at the first value investigations were done, it was so strange that they were not appearing in the system. Somebody had deleted them so that it can never be seen.
Thank you, witness B. The next section in your statement, you deal with ongoing signs of intimidation, threat, and interference. You explain at paragraph 28 what kept happening as you went to further appearances. Can you take the commission through this?
Which paragraph am I dealing with now?
We are dealing with paragraph 28.
I'm trying to follow so that
just to explain to the commissioners that the witness has a slight problem with her eyes, so we are trying our best for her not to read, so sometimes that's why we give cues. Yes. This is where you talk about some of your experience with the ongoing court appearances.
Oh, yes. That will be obviously
not ongoing signs of intimidation, threats, and interference.
Yes, Chair, that, but with reference to when they go to further appearances, that's the first line of paragraph 28.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, yes, the following, it's worth noting that it was not for the first appearance only. It has been going on, and then people trying to take photo of us, it has now became a thing. But at least we had securities that they were aware now that they were looking at each and everyone who's trying to take our photos. They might become and explain to us that we stop certain individual trying to take your photos and everything. And there was this one individual who would always make a point that he come closer to us, and we know for sure that he's a friend to Mr. Tao, but we didn't understand why this guy would want to be closer to us, and we believe it was his way to identify us. Hence, at the later stage of the investigation, we learned that he was tasked by facilitating the elimination of us. So now that action, maybe somebody needed to see us and he would say, the ones that I would go closer to them, it's them. I don't know.
And at paragraph 29, you deal with some of the intelligence you were receiving. Can you tell the Commission about that?
Yes, and then this would be the information that will be deliberately delivered amongst the team to say, you have only, you, like us investigators, you only have two options. You only have an option to accept the bribe and do what those criminals want, or you'll die. Actually, the second one, it's not even an option. It's like that. It's either you do this or you will die. And then where the suspects were concerned, there was a time where a person was informing one of our members to say, now there's only three options. The suspect will escape, the suspect will kill you, or the suspect will buy his way out.
And based on...
So it was like these bribes were not coming in a form of like enticing you anymore. It was coming in a form of threatening you as well.
Let me understand the evidence on the bribes. Before today, I don't remember, I may have forgotten, but I don't remember that there ever was a categorical offer of a bribe. There was mention of envelopes, one envelope being for the prosecutor, another one for the investigators, plural, and another one, was it for the judicial officer? Yes, 3 envelopes. And my understanding was that witness A inferred from that this was an enticement to you, the investigators, to take a bribe on the basis that the reference to envelopes was reference to bribes. He never, if I'm correct, ever said that an offer was made. Here's a bribe. Take it. If you don't, B will happen. I may be incorrect.
Chair, that is correct. Witness B is referring to what informants that they work with would tell them. So not an express, but perhaps let's direct this to the witness to explain it. But it's more that this was outside of official channels. This was their informants informing them that you have these 2 options.
All right. Maybe let me just listen. I will hear what witness B says when they visit Pretoria. I will say nothing about who they were visiting in Pretoria.
Thank you, Chair. Witness B, do you want to comment on the information you are referring to from informants on bribes and the threats that you were facing?
Yes, I would like to comment. Commissioner, maybe just to put everyone on the picture of what was happening here. And yes, I understand we say informant, but this kind of informers, actually, let me say the one that was telling us that information, it was not somebody who would detach himself from the closeness of the suspects, if I may put it like that. He will put it in a way as if it's a message. It's a message from where the suspects they have interest or whatever. Is to say this is what is going to happen. This is what you should be doing, or else this is what is going to happen to you. And it went as far as at some point there was, even though there was never a direct approach to say, here's the bribe, you take it or you die or whatever. But there was the point whereby an amount was mentioned
Witness B,
through inform.
Witness B, can you please tell us under what circumstances this happened? Where were you when this was said to you? Where was the person who told you this? Were you in the presence of each other? Unless you are not willing to tell us who this person was, who was this person?
Can I not say who was the person, but I would say this information to me, it gets to me through the colleague, because this informer is directly reporting to the colleague. I was saying at some point, the very same informer told the colleague that the amount that was already paid to the investigators, let me say to me in particular, he said I was paid 1.2 meter. And this information comes shortly after Dow is granted bail. He said, you see, I told you that this person has been paid. Like he's speaking from the point of knowing, even knowing the amounts. And everything that he has warned my colleague about, it's happening. So it's easy to believe such person when he says tomorrow this person is going to get paid and the person gets paid. Now he tells my colleague that I've been paid 1.2. So he was supposed to believe even that. But unfortunately, he knows me better than that.
And are you also not willing to tell us who the colleague was?
Oh, Commissioner, can't.
Chair, I'm going to have to protect the witness from you.
Sorry.
I'm going to have to protect the witness B from you for a little bit. And I think they will touch on the fact that sometimes referring to colleagues compromises them at the stations they work at. So they aren't able to reveal that information.
Well, the witness must tell me that. The witness must tell me that I did not for 1 minute suggest that I was going to press. If for whatever reason the witness says they are not willing to divulge who the colleague is or was.
Thank you, Chair. Witness B, can you explain to the Chair why it is you are unwilling to divulge the name of even your colleague?
It's gonna expose the identity.
I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Chair. Witness B, you explained that after the escalation or ongoing threats and intimidation, you took measures to protect yourself. Can you take the commission through what measures you adopted?
This happens shortly. Most of our drastic decisions were taken by us after the release of Dow, as much as we were in danger before. But now that it was released, we knew that the danger has escalated.
Witness B, let me help you. We are at paragraph 29 of your statement, so we are not at Mr. Tao's release yet. This was when you stopped driving.
Oh, yes. No, what I did there, I was really afraid to drive the vehicle that was assigned to me, a state vehicle, because that vehicle I've been driving it since it was handed to first time it was I was driving that vehicle, so it was easy to track me on that vehicle. Therefore, I was afraid to drive it. Then I gave it to my colleague to drive it, and then I stopped completely to drive it.
And at paragraph 30, you refer to assistance that was given from a private security company. Can you explain this to the Commission?
Yes, this assistance happened shortly. Hence, I'm saying maybe I'll be too forward because some of these occurrences happened shortly after the DAO was released. Even me stopping driving the vehicle, that was exactly the time when I stopped driving that vehicle, and then we got assistance from the private security that was helping us during the course of investigation, giving us protection because it was becoming so impossible now to do investigation out of fear, knowing that Tao is out there, and we learned that he already, while inside, tried to facilitate our assassination. Then now that he can do it himself, it was so difficult.
And at paragraph 32, you deal with the threat and risk assessment that you initially done. Can you explain this process?
Right. And then after this now, before we even go for this TRA, we first, maybe it's time now I start immediately after that was released what happened. That was Friday. On the following Saturday, we had to regroup, me and my colleagues, to
Okay, Witness B.
look at how.
Witness B, let me stop you because chronologically that happens a little later. So perhaps before we deal with the drastic steps that you took after Mr. Buletao's release, let's first deal with then the meeting with General Shibiri that happens in the 15th of May. So you deal with this at paragraph 34 of your statement. You start from the call you received from Colonel Mukwena. Can you take it from there?
Oh, yes. And then on this day, it was after hours, I was at home already. And then I received a call from Colonel Mukwena, and then he told me that he was with General Shibiri, and he handed over the
Witness B?
Shibiri through Colonel Mukwena.
Witness B? Can we stop for a second? I think the connectivity is bad. Can you say something just so that we can hear that it's gotten better?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Please start again from the call that you received from Colonel Mukwena.
Yes, it was after hours. I was home already. I received a call from Colonel Mukwena, and then he told me he was with General Shibiri, and General Shibiri would like to talk to me. He then handed over the phone, and then I spoke to the general, and the general was basically asking me a question, trying to understand the whole case and the linkages and everything. Therefore, unfortunately, I was not in the liberty to do that. I feel so uncomfortable to do that over the phone because after realizing the people we're dealing with, that they were too sophisticated, so we're not really discussing any of the cases concerns over the phone. Therefore, I explained that to the general to say, I don't mind giving general the brief case, but I can't do it over the phone for this and that reason, of which he understood. He said, okay, cool. And then you can please come to my office so that you can give me this information on this case.
That is,
of which it happened.
that is the visit to Pretoria that I was referring to earlier.
Yes.
Witness B, in the reporting line or hierarchy, what is Colonel Mokoena in relation to you? Is he your direct superior?
That's he was my direct, and then him reporting to the brigadier reporting to the general.
Brigadier being who? The name of the brigadier to which Colonel Mokoena reported?
Brigadier Khopane, sorry.
And then Brigadier Khopane reported to which general?
General Kumalo. Because of many Kumalo's, you will say General Mbuso Kumalo.
All right, thank you. I don't recall whether yesterday we got the name of Colonel Mokoena. His first name?
I know him as Colonel Mokoena. I don't know his first name.
All right, we'll get it. I'm sure Ms. Bowe will help us at some point. Thank you, Witness B.
So, Witness B, you are not on first name basis. We can leave it at that for now.
Thank you, Commissioners. We are about to go into the content of the meeting, and I note slightly early, 3 minutes before tea. Perhaps, Chair, this is an opportune time to break.
Let's adjourn and resume at 1:15.
said in that meeting. Mostly, General, at first, he was giving us a layout to say he understands that the case that we're investigating is of a serious nature. He even referred to a case that he once investigated himself and his team of a late General Masangani, of which he also highlighted the challenges himself and the team that encountered, the dangers that they encountered. And then he eventually advised us that we need to look at TRA because that will provide a better security given the circumstances. And then he took us to the process of safe houses, and then like he was giving us a clean of what it entails and what it means, and then where it starts. We must first have a TRA, and then those measures may come, because he was talking from an experience. And then the conversation went on and on and on, and then eventually we were given a chance also to give a brief of the case that we're having. He further gave us also a more insight on this case in particular now, to say, oh, well, this case is of a serious nature and your life may be really in danger, because these people are connected to a figure called Mswazi, of which at the time I didn't really know. When one says Mswazi, what does that mean? But that name was dropped, and then he furthermore tell us that those guys are of a great danger, because they're not only limited to Mswazis, they also working with some of the police officers from Tom's. There was a name there that in particular stood out. It said it was Velani Zungu. Who's working with them. Well, I don't know him. I still don't know him even now. And then there was also a conversation about that he knows who the attorneys that they are using. He knows how do they work, and then he further said that's when now this issue of envelopes come in. That he knows there's already 3 envelopes prepared, of which it had names on it to say one is for magistrate, prosecutor, and the IOs. So, well, it started now to me to take a different turn, because that's not the conversation I would have with my superiors, especially the one at the general's level, let alone being a general at the national office. It started to feel otherwise for me. Apparently, I couldn't keep it in, because like I was in like off place at that point of the time to say what possibly this could mean. And then I asked the general to say, oh, General, if now we're sitting here, you're telling us that as a general, you know of the police officers who are doing wrong, and you're telling us what has been done, because I don't think that's the kind of conversation that we should be having. Well, there was no clear answer on that. It was like the inquiry, like he took me through the steps that should be happening, not that are in place already or that I intended. So that was it. And then for me now to move from this uncomfortability that I was in at that time, I decided to take advantage and maybe serve it to help the investigation rather. I then make a request from the general to say, can you please assist me expediting the ballistic reports, because it was crucial for us to have that ballistic report, given the fact that we already expected to link the weapons found in Bramley back to the scene at Vereeniging. So that was a crucial point for us. Therefore, indeed, immediately he started making phone calls in assistance.
Witness B, before you move to the issue of ballistics and the assistance, what was your reaction to the talk of the 3 envelopes, and how did that conversation end?
My understanding, hence I've just indicated to the commission that for me it just became uncomfortable because I didn't think me and the general would have such conversation, because according to me it's wrong. Even if maybe the general knows of that, he can't tell me as a junior about it.
Yes.
And reading the room and the whole situation, and with everything that I know now, but at that moment it was just uncomfortable, and I read it as if this is the kind of enticement, because if you tell me about the monies that are there in relation to the case that I'm investigating, and amongst the people that are supposed to get the envelope, it's the investigating officers, what are you trying to say?
Witness B, the slide that we are looking at says the meeting with General Shibiri was on the 16th of September, and yet your statement says, 16th of May, I beg your pardon, and your statement says the 15th of May, which is the correct date?
Commissioner.
The 15th of May, it's when I received the call, your commissioner. The visitation, it was actually on the 16th.
All right, my mistake, I beg your pardon. Secondly, the slide speaks of a JMPD officer confirmed to have tested plates for the murder, and sent to KT. What is that all about? It's to summarize, to understand.
That information comes from a different information. I think me putting it in my statement in that sentence, it will need to be rectified. He never really spoke about it. It's from a different stream of information, but not General Shibiri.
So it is a mistake that it is recorded as if it was a discussion with General Shibiri at that meeting?
Yes.
All right.
That, and also the one for somebody in Johannesburg Central, those, they don't fit in this meeting.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Witness B. You explained that after the meeting, on reflection, you drew a conclusion about why General Shibiri called you to that meeting. Can you explain to the Commission what that was?
Yes, from our own reflection, all we could conclude is to say he just needed to find out the progress of the case as to how is the accused linked, and then how strong is the case against the accused, of which, well, after this meeting, he indeed gave me a call again, follow-up call, to ask me the things like the linkages in terms of DNA, in terms of primary residues. So it was like, to me, okay, this was all about that.
Witness B, if you could just allow me to take you back a bit. It's a question that I had wanted to ask and forgot somehow. Earlier in your paragraph 33, this is where you are discussing the TRA that you requested right at the beginning. And you say you filed a form and submitted it to Colonel Mukwena's office. You remember that, where you then...
I do.
You remember that. Now, you conclude that paragraph 33 by saying, unfortunately, nothing ever came of that process. Did you make inquiries, or did you come to understand why that request was not met? Nothing happened.
No, Commissioner, we really never make a follow-up on that, but as when things started escalating, there was another TRA, but we didn't really follow it up to say why did nothing came out of this and where does it got stuck and everything. No, we didn't, but there's something about it that struck me, because shortly after we filled this form, the very same information from the stream of from witness A, he touched on this, of which it was so strange to say there's nothing coming forth out of this, but he seems to know something about this TRA, because he made a comment to witness B to say, oh, these days I understand you are belonging to General Kalakala, knowing that General Kalakala's office will be the one handling the TRA. It struck me to say, how did he know? Because even inside here home, we don't get any feedback, but he seems to know.
So, if just to make sure I understand, are you saying that after you submitted the TRA, an informant came to know about it?
I don't know if he knew about it physically. He knew that there's a process of us escalating things to General Kalakala.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bond.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. In your statement, Witness B, you move on to talk about how you proceeded to move after the meeting with General Shibiri and that you exercised caution. Can you explain this to the Commission?
Can you please direct me to the paragraph we need to be on the same page?
This is at paragraph 40 of your statement.
Oh, yes. This is where now we took measures about the case itself as to how to treat it, as to who do we communicate with in terms of this case. And besides that, we were also instructed by Brigadier Khupane after she learned that we already had a meeting with the general without her knowledge. Then there was a strict instruction that she gave to us to say, this case is too sensitive. Therefore, I would appreciate if you only give progress to me or to General Kumalo. Those were the only two people that were supposed to share any information where this case is concerned, because even in the group chat, we never really said anything where this case is concerned.
Thank you, Witness B. In your statement, you then move on to the ballistics investigation. And at paragraph 41, you begin with the call that you received from Colonel Mokoena telling you about a telephone call from General Shibiri. Can you take the commission through that call?
Yes. I don't remember the exact dates, but it was between May and July and June, actually, early June. I received a call again from my Colonel Mokoena. He informed me that General Shibiri has called. He said that the report is ready, I can collect. And then I went to Ballistic together with other colleagues. I didn't go alone. And then we went there. On our arrival, we went to the office where the report is supposed to be handed, because there's a specific office. When we got there, we were told that we should wait. The report is
Witness B, did you move away a little bit from the computer?
Your voice is fading, Witness B.
Can I try again?
Try again and just a little louder.
Okay. Between end of May and
Witness B, can you hold on 1 second? Did you make any movements to where you were sitting?
no.
Oh, no, it sounds better now. If you can proceed to your arrival and going to the collection office at the ballistics section.
Yes. I received a call again from my Colonel Mokoena, telling me that the general has called, telling me that the report is ready, I can go and collect. Indeed, I proceeded to the ballistic together with my 2 other colleagues. And then on our arrival, we went to the office where they issue the reports, only to find that they said, no, the report is not with them. We must wait for the analyst, of which he came, and then he told us, no, there's a mistake on the report, and then he needs to rectify it. Then he took us to his office.
Witness B,
where
before you move on to what happened at his office, do you want to identify the officer you were dealing with?
Yes, at the time that was Warrant Officer Mahotlo, but currently it's Captain.
Thank you. And what happened when he took you to
How
his
do you
office?
spell that for the transcript?
Can you please spell that for the transcript?
It's M-A what? It's G-O-T-L-O-E.
It appears here.
There's KG.
Yes.
It's M-A-K-G-O-T-L-O-E.
Thank you, Witness B. So you proceeded to his office?
Yes, we proceeded to his office, where in his office he was not alone. He was with another warrant officer. I just can't remember his surname, but as we talked there, I learned that he's the same person that they attended the scene with at Vereeniging. So they started working now on the what was so-called rectification of the reports.
Witness B, just to clarify, the report that he said needed rectification, did he ever tell you what the rectification was that was necessary?
No, unfortunately, we were never privy to that information. And what we saw, it looked like the report had to be started all over afresh because of the time that it took to rectify. It took us almost an hour, if not more. given the fact that they were working on it, both of them.
And in your experience, is this normal?
No, well, that's first time in everything. In my experience, it was for the first time to have that, because sometimes we'll be the one identifying maybe mistakes and we go back and it's a matter of a minute or 20 minutes, and then they rectify just that and then we good. Or else they might be saying it's fine, we'll rectify, and then you'll get it from the ICDMS. This one, it was for the first time, given the fact that the reason why we visited it because of we were informed of the readiness of the report.
And at paragraph 43, you explain that during this process of rectification, Captain Makhotle started to tell you information. Can you take us through that?
Yes, we had a very interesting conversation there in terms of why I'm saying it's interesting, because for me as an IO, there's nothing interests me like linking the cases through whatever investigation tool. So one of the things that were said there, they excited us to say, okay, we have more to on maybe, because maybe I should note to the commission that in the investigation we not only rely to those investigation tools like ballistic phones, blah, 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 blah. We also rely on information. It's worth noting that we already had information on certain scenes. As soon as the suspects were arrested, some people, they started giving information to say, look at that in this case, these people were involved there. That's what piqued our interest. And then when we have this conversation, it was like, okay, the informers, they were not lying, there's something here. So we had the conversation where we were warned to say you need to be very careful when you deal with these cases. They are of high profile nature, and it's extremely dangerous to work on because it involves people in high places. Well, at some point, because I always, when I get puzzled, I asked. I did ask. That's how I became to know that they were at the scene, both of them, because I said, you seem to know too much as an analyst, and you seem to know more than myself as an IO, as an analyst, where this case is concerned. And he said, no, I was at the scene. There, people were talking. Then, well, I understood that. I know when you're at the scene, you get to hear all this sort of information, because indeed people, they do talk.
Is the scene now the scene in Vereeniging or Bramley?
In Vereeniging, Commissioner.
Thank you.
But now, it's the part that I said it's interesting. Now he started to be specific to say these cases are linked to high profile. I noted, okay, high profile, meaning now you have an insight. This is not just anyone can say this. And he also mentioned that they also involved in the CITs, and like it piqued my interest. And as they were working on the report, and it took this long, at the back of my mind, without even asking, it was like, okay, they dealing with all this information that they're telling us about, only to find when we're done and the report is handed, like the mood was okay, the conversation was flowing. There was no reason for us to even suspect that we won't find what we are told about in the report. It was like we're talking about something that is there in that report, only to find that when we get to the car, one of our colleagues decided to look at the reports, and the discoveries was, hey, what were those people were talking about? Because there's none of those in this report except the linkage between Vereeniging and Bramley, of which we anticipated, because from the initial investigation, it was expected. It was just to confirm. There was nothing wow about that.
Witness B.
I thought maybe he's failing to read. Sorry?
Witness B, just before you go past this, you mentioned that they said the weapons were linked to CITs. Can you explain what that is?
Oh, that would be cash in transit.
Okay, and based on this information of high-profile cases and the likes, what were you expecting to see in the report?
I was expecting to see the linkages of the cases of CITs as stipulated, the cases where high-profile people were involved, as like alluded, but there was none of that. It was like limited exactly to what we already anticipated, and we were like having it at the back of our minds that the chances are these firearms are going to come back and say they are the ones that shot at Vernagen, given the period of incident and when the people they were arrested. It was not really hard to think that is a possibility. But these other things, they were going to be a whole new information to us that we needed to investigate. But there was none to follow.
Witness B, so after you see the report and that it doesn't have the linkages that Captain Mahotle referred to, what did you then do?
I think those linkages not being there, we went and then we decided to consult further with our commanders to say we have this information but we don't have this report. But before we even go there, I went back, because remember now this is the discovery as we leave there. And then I went back on another day to say, hi, I'm puzzled. You told us about 1, 2, 3, but it's not here in the report. And to my surprise, when I come to make a follow-up, now I find the captain, he wants to pretend as if he doesn't know what am I talking about. He never have this conversation with me. It's like as if I have some sort of amnesia or so. And I was puzzled by that action. And then I went further to say, you can't do that to me, because I was not the only one here. Oh, it was 3 of us. You were also not alone. There was a second person in the room when this conversation was heard. And then he now said, no, I can only remember 1 or 2. But the impression that he gave us, it's more. It's more. From that point, in my mind, I could see 10 plus. But now he says to me, I can remember 1 or 2. Even that, it's not ready. I must speak to the IBs and stuff like that. And it was like more dismissing than me getting answers. That's what now prompted me to go to my commanders to explain this whole behavior and my frustration out of it. And then given the fact that I was information that I was sharing with my commanders that, look, we already have information of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's crucial for us to get the confirmation from the ballistic of this information. And now things are hinted to us, but we don't get any joy in terms of the report. Therefore, the brigadier said we must speak to the General Kumalo, and then General made a decision to say, okay, now that you're saying this, take these firearms to Amanzim Dodi for second opinion. That's what was it in actual fact, to see if what you were told about, they're gonna tell you the same thing they.
And just for completeness, Witness B, when you say General Kumalo, who are you speaking about?
I'm still speaking about General Kumalo Mbuso.
And his position?
Let me say he's a provincial commissioner for the detectives.
Okay. And so you then had to take the weapons to Amazim Doti for further analysis. So when does this take place?
This happens on, it's sometimes in September. I'm trying to look on my paper when exactly the date.
Yes.
It was on the 12th. On the 12th.
Yes, and can you take the commission through this?
Yes, we went to KZN taking these weapons for the second opinion. And then when we got we already have the report that I'm talking about. It doesn't include those linkages that I'm talking about. Just to show them why, what is the reason, I had to bring that report along. And then I was having an opportunity to speak to an analyst. And the analyst looked at my reports and he just browsed and he just picked up a problem already. He pointed me to say, okay, I hear what you're saying. And he was frankly telling me at the point to say, I understand that you want linkages, but at this stage, given the fact that all the exhibits are in Joburg, the only thing that I can do for you now is to check the mechanism of the firearms only. What you want here, I won't be able until maybe I'm instructed to go and get those exhibits and compare myself. Other than that, I can't give you any linkages except the mechanism. But however, when he looks at the reports, he was able to point out to me to say, but in this report, there's some sort of omission, because I see you have, in your exhibit, you have this exhibit in particular that was 15 cartridges, but in your results as to after examination, are they linking or not? It's not accounted anyway.
And Witness B, what is the implication of this kind of omission?
Looking at a case, this is the crucial part of linkage. Given the fact that the scenes were explained by witness A yesterday, and how the arrest happened and how the exhibits were found. These exhibits were actually found like directly in possession of the suspects. So it was very crucial to link them.
Yes. Witness X, I think what Ms. Poe is asking, or let me say that I am asking, is the failure of warrant officer of the warrant officer at Silverton to include the linkages in the report. What consequence would that have had on the case if that was the report you were using in court? What would it have cost in the case itself?
I'm afraid of what I'm about to say now. It might give an idea to the defense, because this case is still at court.
All right, no, you don't have to answer then. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. You mentioned that you were talking to a warrant officer. Can you please identify this warrant officer at Amanzimtoti?
It's Warrant Officer Kader.
And once he looked at the report, were you then able to leave the firearms that you had for testing?
It was a little bit of a struggle, but eventually all the commanders were grouped in, and then there was a point where they agreed that it's fine, we can leave them, and then we left.
And just to complete what Warrant Officer Kader did, he provided you a report. You deal with that at para 49. Can you explain what his report found?
Just to be 49. Can I please go through this one a bit just to make sure that we're talking in the same context?
Yes, this is the report that Warrant Officer Kader gives much later, but because of the limitations in his analysis, you dealt with the report here.
Oh, you're talking about etching. Okay. Yes. Maybe the phrasing in my statement is not exactly correct, but I'll be able to explain what I meant by saying that. After I got the report from, that is in a later stage, after I got the report from Warrant Officer Kader, what I discovered is that with Warrant Officer Mahoto, he said he did the etching on the firearms, but he did, right? But when I take the firearms to KZN, in one of the firearms, Warrant Officer Kader managed to do the etching, and he was able to reveal the serial number of the firearm. Maybe I should go further to say what is etching, even though I'm not an expert there. What I understand about etching, it's what I don't know what they do to the firearm, but whatever that process they do is to recover the firearm that has been fired off. And then they manage to give us that serial number so that we can do further investigations. Well, I don't know if it's the same process or not, but in one lab, it was impossible to discover the serial number, but on the second lab, they were able to do so.
So is your evidence that at Silverton they were not able to recover the serial number, but at Amanzimtoti they were able to do so?
Yes, that's my evidence.
Is it Witness B, is it a case of they were not able to or they did not? There's a difference.
No, they were not able to, because when I read the report, it says etching was done, but we couldn't.
Thank you.
It doesn't say it was not done.
Thank you.
Commissioners, the report by Warrant Officer Kader, although I heard Ms. Sichels Nube pronounces as Kader, so I'm not sure about the pronunciation, but his report is at B3 at page 24 to 29.
Sorry, if I can just clarify something. Witness B, on that, the last question that I asked, whether they were not able to or they just did not do it, in your statement at paragraph 49, you say the initial report did not attend to etching or checking for serial number. And that's where my question came from. If it's a case of it was done and or they were unable to do it, then that statement is not correct.
Yes, Commissioner. At the beginning of my opening statement, I said the phrasing in my statement it's not right.
Okay.
Witness B, in paragraph 50, you note that upon your return, you then proceeded to see the prosecutor in this matter. Can you explain this?
Yes, given the fact that now I explained that how was the relationship when I keep on following up on the linkages, it felt even to me that now I become unwanted here, so I didn't want to push the limits, maybe to make the relationship sour also by keep coming with questions or queries or something like that. So I decided to go a different route time around. I just went to the prosecutor, senior prosecutor was working on this matter. I explained it to her, and then she then wrote to the lab for rectification. And maybe before we go any further, it's worth noting that as much as at that point there was this omission noted, at that point of investigation, it was like we didn't take it as if maybe there's something more than just a human error in it at that point. That's why I said, no, let me take it to a senior prosecutor so that she can help me resolve this amicable without any, how can I put it, strained relationship. So that's how it happened. And she indeed wrote to the lab, and then that was rectified indeed. And she gave me a copy, and then investigation proceeded until we get to the disclosure of the docket, where now we needed now to have the original report.
Witness B, before we deal with the events of getting the original for disclosure, just to note for the commissioners that the emails sent by the prosecutor are attached as annexes B4 and B5 at pages 30 to 33 of the annexes bundle. And the amended report is attached at B6 as B6, which is at pages 34 to 41 of the annexes bundle. Commissioners, I propose for the witness to take you through the discrepancy that was found by showing you the two reports alongside each other. So you'll have to look at your screens. Don't know if you can see clearly. Witness B, I'm going to ask that we, do you have the side-by-side comparison of the initial report and the rectified report before you?
Yes, I do.
Commissioners, just 1 second. I just need to find my own. Just for the record, the pages we're looking at in the initial report is page 15, and in the rectified report, it's page 34. That's where the reports begin. And the particular page that are displayed for the initial report, the first sort of extract deals with page 19 compared to page 37 of the rectified report. Witness B,
Ms. Boy, could you enlarge a bit? Okay, you happy with that? It doesn't distort your pages.
yes, that's fine. Witness B, can you explain what would ordinarily be found in that paragraph 4.9 or paragraph 4 of the ballistics report?
On 4.9, it's exhibits of which it's 15 cartridges, 7.62 times 39mm caliber fired cartridge cases, and mark them, and there is a mark there. Maybe I should read it. Should I?
No, I don't believe that the mark will make much of a difference for our understanding. What I would like you to explain is that in the actual report, paragraph 4 lists the exhibits that would have been provided to the lab. Is that correct?
Yes.
Where is this 4 on the screen? I see 4.8 and 4.9, for example.
4.9.
Commissioners, if you can open your annexures bundle, in particular annexure B2 at page 18.
218.
It's also on the screen.
Did you say compared with B6 at 34?
At 37.
37, thank you.
So the point there, Commissioners, is that the 15 cartridges were noted as part of the exhibits given to the lab for examination. Witness B, can you then explain what the lab does at para 10, which is where it deals with the linking?
Okay. At paragraph 10, it's he confirmed that he received those exhibits, and it says, I examined the fired cartridges, cases, bullets mentioned. There's a lot of them, but I wanted us to look at 4.9 amongst those that were examined. And then going further down, from 10.1 to 10.6 is the account of, after comparison, what were the findings thereof. But you will note then on that one that for 4.9 there is nothing said about it.
So this would be what you are seeing on the column in the initial report, that 4.9 is highlighted as being examined, but the findings, which are detailed at 10.1 to 10.6, there's no reference to a link to 4.9.
That's correct.
I'm looking to the faces of the commissioners to see if...
See, on the column on the right-hand side, you have a yellow highlight there, 10.2. What's the significance of that highlight?
Is that rectified?
All right. Commissioners, and then this one is the rectified one now. After this was highlighted by a warrant officer Kada and escalated, and then this is the rectified report now. That still highlights there by 4.3 those 15 cartridges as it was accounted for also from the very onset. But the difference now here is that on 10.2 now, that 4.9, that 4.9 cartridge, 15 cartridges now, the results thereof are there at 10.2. Now it says the cartridge cases. Fish my eyes now. The cartridge cases mentioned in 4.9 were fired in the firearm mentioned in 4.1. That is now the linkage that was not there in the initial report.
And please speak to the 3.4, which is at 10.2 on the left-hand column. The sentence looks exactly the same in both columns, except that in the column on the left, there's reference to 3.4, and on the column on the right, there's reference to 4.9, but the rest is exactly the same. Can you please explain what the significance of the differences is? Do you get?
Where now I'm not the right witness to deal with that. All I can say is that on 10.2 now I can see these 15 cartridges being linked to the firearm. And then as to now, what happened to this 3.4 and 4.1, I'm not the right person to speak to that.
Can I just try?
Chair, if you have regard to the initial report at 3.4, which is on page 18, yeah, it describes the item itself that was checked, and you'll see there it's a 7.62 caliber fired bullet scores and marked with them with a particular reference number. And you see 4.1 being an assault rifle. So what 10.2 did was to link the assault rifle with 3.4 being the 2 caliber fired bullet in the initial report, that is.
Yeah. Maybe also just to try and see if I Witness B, go ahead.
Maybe to get the clarity from the commissioner, if I understand the question well, I think he was, I stand to be corrected, I understood as why do we have on 10.2 now different entry of 4.9 linked to the firearm. What happened to the linkage that was at 10.2 from the initial report? That was the question.
10.2 in both columns looks or reads the same, except for the fact that in 10.2 on the left, there's reference to 3.4. And in 10.2 on the right, there's reference to 4.9. I wanted to understand the significance of that difference.
Can I, to try and get an answer to this question, Ms. Bode, is the simple point you're seeking to make that if you look at the report on the left, which you say is the incomplete report, right? In that very first line where it says, I examined the fire cartridge cases and bullets mentioned, and then you have those paragraph numbers. That includes for paragraph 4.9.
Yes.
The bullets in paragraph 4.9. That's in the incomplete report. And then in the revised report, and then you say, in the body of that incomplete report, nothing is said about the cartridges in 4.9.
Yes,
Is that the point you're making?
yes.
And then in the new report, in the very first line, that report says, I examined the cartridges in all of those paragraphs, including 4.9. And now in paragraph 10.2 of that revised report, we now see findings about the paragraph 4.9.
Yes.
Is that the simple point you're making?
Yes, and that it's only at this stage that the 15 cartridges are now linked to the firearms.
Okay.
Yes. Can you confirm
Thank
that
you.
witness
I
B?
get what my co-commissioner says, but I still do not follow why there's 3.4 on the left column. That's all I'm trying to establish. And I thought the witness will be able to speak to that.
Commissioners, the answer is at 10.6. You'll note there in both reports that the findings related to 3.4, those bullets, was that it was not suitable for microscopic comparison due to the damage. There will be a stage where the witness explains whether she believes this was an omission or otherwise, but that was the rectification that was sought from the lab.
Okay, thank you.
Isn't the other point that 3.4 has nothing to do with the cartridge cases? So if you just go to
Yes.
3.4 on page 18, it refers to fired bullet cause, and that's what you find in 10.6.
Yes, that's
So-
the case.
There was an omission in 10.2 of the 15 cartridges that had been found in Bramley, I believe.
Yes.
Yes.
Witness
I
B,
guess
can
that's
you?
a simple explanation I wanted from the witness because this is not my area of expertise.
My apologies, Chair. I will say that we also had to take a crash course in ballistics to be able to read and understand the nature of the omission.
Thank you.
Witness B, then we can return to your statement where you now deal with the fact that after the prosecutor obtained the report electronically, she sought the original and it was time for disclosures. Can you take us through that process?
Yes, when it was a time of a disclosure, now we were required to have the original report, and we indeed went to a ballistic lab to seek that report, but unfortunately we couldn't find it still at that office where we were supposed to get it. And then we were taken through a lot of process helped by Kennedy trying to locate that report. He went as far going to the system now trying to check where he can get it, and then still he couldn't find it. Subsequently, when he was browsing in the system, something of interest he saw there on that report. He said, hey, can't find, now he was mentioning what is on the system, and he said there's IBIS that is there. When he, on a further look, we took interest because now IBIS is the one that was supposed to give us the long-awaited linkages, and then we were like, okay, maybe now we're going to get the answers, only to find that when we asked further on that, he said, no, on the system it shows that it's deleted. And then, wow, we were struck. Why now is it deleted? We tried to get answers at the back of our mind, trying to pursue still the linkages as per conversation. Now, when you say there was ever a report on the system that is deleted, now we wanted to know more as to why it was deleted. Was there any particular reason? We spent a lot of time. Kenneth Lisa said, no, I cannot be able to explain to you where IBIS is concerned. I'll take you to somebody that knows about that field. Indeed, he took us to a certain guy who only was known by the name of Desmond at the time. And then he went through the system. All he could say to us is the same as Kennedy, so that yes, indeed, it was deleted. And then he gave us a date that it was deleted on the 6th of December. That's all he could tell us. He said, I can't tell you any further than that. The list that we were asking is to say who deleted it, at least maybe that person, he can have or she can have answers, but seemingly he was not having that information. And then from there we were
Witness
taken
B,
to
before
Captain.
you move on to who you were taken to next, what is the significance of the 6th of December?
Well, in the field of my investigation, in this case, on the 6th of December, two things were happening. One, it was an arrest of Mr. Katiso Mlife. Two, on a different team that I was not part of, there was a operation happening at Mr. Matlala's house as well.
Thank you. And so, having had no answers from Desmond, where next were you taken?
We were taken to Captain Dini's office, who actually gave us a crash course as to what happens from when the firearms gets to the lab, what steps. No offense to the captain, all that I can't even remember because I find it irrelevant to the question that we were asking. We didn't get any answers to that. Instead, we spend more time unnecessarily there.
And after the crash course with Captain Dini, what then transpired?
After it came to light that there's no answers, we find no answers, we went back to Colonel Lisa to say, we're not getting any answers as much as you said you don't have. So we're back to square one. What way, how we get this report, because you also don't have answers as to where's the report. And then he said, you know what, the person who was dealing with us is can I stick to Captain, because now I cannot refer to back then now. To Captain, it was Captain Mahotlo, therefore gave us his numbers. He said the person who can assist you further, it's him. And then indeed, shortly we went out of the lab, we contacted him. But unfortunately, I think it was early at that time, because the first thing that we did is to go to the lab thinking we're going to collect and proceed with other investigations. So the direction of investigation, it was taking us further than where he said it was. So we agreed that later when we come back, we're going to contact him and then we're going to meet with him. And he suggested that it's not a problem. As long as you come back, tell me where are you, what time, and then you come to the side of Luat, the police station. We can meet at Luat, the police station. Indeed, we proceeded with the day's investigations. And then later, I think it was around 5, we proceeded to Luat, the way we met with Captain Mahotlo. And then we requested the room for us to have a chat with him, explaining our reason for visit and everything. Indeed, they were given a room just not far from the CSC, where we had a chat explaining all this process that we had in the lab earlier on, and then why do we urgently need this report, because we were supposed to disclose to the defense, and the original one was of the importance that we get and disclose.
And when you explained to Captain Mahotlo the urgency of having to obtain the original, what was his response?
Oh, at that time he said, no, I will need to have my file, I'll need to have my workstation so that I can be able to assist you, of which eventually we agreed on us going to his office. But prior to that, there was some arrangements made because it was late by then. It was late by then. Remember, we got to him at around 6. And then we sat there, we chat, and then by the time we start the process of engaging the superiors in order to obtain the permission to go to the lab where he said he can be able to assist us there should we get there. He then himself, using his cell phone, called the Brigadier Mkabela. He first called the very same Kennedy so that we saw that earlier that day, and then they spoke, and he even tell him, because he was on loudspeaker, that yes, we were there in the lab and he couldn't find the reports. And then he told him that he needs his file because he wants to assist us. And then, oh, no. At first, they didn't speak to Colonel Lisu because Colonel Lisu didn't answer. The first conversation was with Brigadier Mkabel, but the call was made to him, but he was not found. And then he spoke to Brigadier Mkabel, and then Brigadier Mkabela sent us back to Colonel Lisu to say he must call Colonel Lisu so that he can make that file available. And then he said, it's okay, you can go to the lab, and he is going to contact the General Mlaudzi. Then that was it. And then he called no, he didn't call this time. Colonel Lisu is the one who came back, and then they spoke, and then he told him all the things, all the brigadier comment, and what did the brigadier said. And I don't know if I should be saying this now, like what he said, but he said, hey, I can't come there, I'm drunk. And then shortly he called again back and he said, no, that file, I remember now, it's not there, it's at KZN. And then Captain Mahotlo said, no, if I can't get hold of the file, I think all my work is on my desktop. I think I'll be able to help you on my desktop. That's when now we moved to the lab.
So witness B, it was Captain Mahotla who suggested that you proceed to the lab.
Yes, because he first said we can go to the lab, and then but we prior need to make arrangement. That's why all these calls to the brigadier, to Kennedy were made, and then with an understanding that we're going there. That's why he made those arrangements for us to go there.
You are now moving to the lab from Luwate.
Yes, he further said, okay, it's good because he has his keys in his car. He went to his car, he took the office keys, and then he jumped into the vehicle with us. We all drove to.
I was actually going to ask if he had come to Luwate in his own car, so you've answered that. What's the explanation for him getting into one of your cars or getting into your car instead of driving to the lab in his own car?
My understanding that it's because he was on leave using his petrol. It was easier to use the state petrol rather than using his own car. Because he was on leave, he was using private car.
Well, thank you. I'm sure you know why I'm asking is because there's the allegation of kidnapping.
I understand, Commissioner, but it was not anybody forced, and he didn't even suggest to say, okay, let me drive my own car. it was like we never even said jump into. It was a common understanding to say you can't ask somebody to assist you while on leave and expect the person to further use his own petrol.
Thank you, Chair. Witness B, then you proceeded to the lab, and this was quite late at night. What transpired at the lab?
Okay, firstly, when we get to the gate, none of us alighted from the vehicle. He's the one who alighted, spoke to the security, telling them that all is well, it's just him, we just need to assess certain things in the office, and then they opened the gate, we all went in.
Witness B, so it was Captain Makhotle who gets out of the car and confirms that it was fine for all of you to go in.
Yes. I don't know what was the conversation there, but I guess he was explaining that we got a permission from the superiors and stuff like that, because obviously they will want to understand why are we coming there. Are they maybe superiors? No, that is an assumption. I don't know what it was the conversation all about there outside.
But you were then allowed to enter the lab.
Yes.
And once inside, can you explain what then happened?
And when we were inside, then he went into his workstation, started working on his laptop, trying to retrieve these reports that we needed. I must say I'm not that good with an IT, and then some of our colleagues, they are very good at that. Maybe as the details of what was found on there and what was found not to be in witness, he is the one who's gonna dwell on that, because he's gonna give the commission a better understanding than what I can do if I try to do that now.
Witness B, in light of the fact that as far back as April, May, you had asked for the ballistics report to be expedited, what did you make of all these delays? Because it looks like we are now in December of the same year, which is 7 months later, and you still do not have what you had asked for and what you had asked to be expedited.
Commissioner, can I clarify what I was asked to be expedited at the time? It was the initial report, of which I would say it was indeed, because at the beginning of, at the end of May and June, I was told that I can go and collect, even though that came with its own challenges, but it was expedited because I got it then.
Perhaps Witness B, if you can explain the initial report you obtained in May, and you had been asking for rectification of the report without success, and the prosecutor had to intervene. And even after that intervention, you only now physically have to go and get the report in January. And so I think Commissioner Kumalo is asking what you made of that delay.
Maybe now, in totality of what investigation or information that I have gathered all along, it starts to make me feel as if some of the things were deliberate to delay the investigation, if I may put it like that. Maybe I want to go a little bit further where the linkages are concerned, because maybe I should mention that around December, eventually we had to ask certain cases to be compared manually, and eventually we got certain linkages that I believe it's amongst the ones that were alluded then, of which at the latest, much later stage, I think this year, 5 August, it's only when now the very same Captain Makgotle gave us a link, what is this, a report that is having most of what he alluded then. So somehow, when I look at it, I feel like there is deliberate delays intended in the investigation.
Witness B, you've now explained that Witness C will take the commission through what was found on his computer. However, you note in paragraph 62 that multiple versions of the reports were found on his computer, and you took steps after that. Can you take the commission through that?
Oh, yes. After that, then the decision was taken to say we have now to confiscate that workstation in order to take it to the cyber for the integrity now, because it was quite concerning, given the fact that we still have the report that was wrong, that we don't know what was wrong about it.
And then in relation to Captain Makgotle, did you, and this is in reference to what you say at paragraph 64. So you've already spoken about seizing his workstation. Was there anything else?
Yes. No, and then at that point, my colleague needed to take a statement now in respect of what now is discovered, the different reports, what was going on. At least he must give the account and explain what was happening there. And then while he was obtaining that statement, to our surprise now, there was Colonel Shole and other colleagues of ours who came there and informed us that there was a kidnapping. We were all shocked about the kidnapping. Who's kidnapping now?
Witness B, before you talk in detail about the kidnapping, during the time that you were engaging with Captain Makgotle, and that's from the moment you enter his office at about 9:30 to 11 o'clock, when you inform him that his workstation would be seized and he needed to make a statement. During that time, before that, the statement taking and the seizure of the workstation, what was Captain Makgotle doing, and what was the general interaction between you all in the room?
He was mostly on his phone. He was mostly on his phone, and then there was calls coming in. He was keep telling people, I guess they were checking on him. He was keep telling people, no, he's fine, and then he's coming back soon and stuff like that. There was nothing in particular that I can point out that he was doing.
And so now you'd say to him he needs to do a statement and that his workstation would be seized to preserve the evidence. Before the police officers come in alleging that there is a kidnapping, at paragraph 65, you deal with the calls that were received by some members of your team.
Oh, yes. There was a member that were outside the vehicles, and then we learned that Captain Amasilo received a call as well. checking on him where he was, because he was needed by his office to say there was a hostage situation at the lab, and he was shocked. He said, "No, I know nothing of that, and I'm at the lab." And we were informed by him that also the negotiator was also called him asking if he knows anything about this kidnapping, and then he explained, and then they said, "Oh, it was a false alarm."
Okay. And after these calls, you then explained that a group of officers came in, and that's at paragraph 67. Can you take us through what happened then?
Yes, they came now telling us that there was they've been sent because they were informed that there was a kidnapping situation in the lab and stuff like that. So we're all shocked now. We explained exactly what happened, and that we know nothing about the kidnapping and everything. And also Captain Mahot was also there. I never heard him say, "Hey, I am the one who's been kidnapped," or something like that. We were like all shocked at that point. And then there was a phone call that the Colonel Shole, who was leading those colleagues of ours, he made a call to the general to explain now the situation he found rather than what he was sent as kidnapping. He was explaining now the situation as to what is actually happening, and then we were given the phone on the loudspeaker. Not we, all of us were listening, but the actual person who spoke to the general, it was the other colleague of ours. I don't know if I should be mentioning his name.
No, that's fine. Oh, please don't mention his name.
Yes, and then that thing, he spoke to the general, and the general understood, and general said, because now there's a whole lot of this thing, he's requesting us just to leave everything that we're doing and come back in the morning, including leaving that workstation. Or maybe I omitted to say the workstation was already sold in the sold bag. It was already packaged.
Witness B. So there is all this activity, all because you wanted a rectified ballistics report.
That's right, Commissioner.
And you have all these police officers coming to the forensic science laboratory to now deal with an alleged kidnapping instead of attending to the preparation of a forensics report, ballistics report rather.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And
Miss Poet,
apologies.
before you proceed, and I don't know if witness B is able to do this and do it now, there's a whole lot of names from paragraph 65, and some of them appear to be people of importance because they give instructions to inform the team to instruct the team to withdraw and come back the following day. Are we going to get evidence about who are these people? For example, there's a Colonel Bartis, there's a Colonel McIntosh, and so on and so on. So that's the one question. And there's a General Mulaudzi and others who seems to be of seniority that he gave instructions, but why is he able to give this instruction, and what's the significance of him being the one that gives the instruction. That's the one. The second is just to clarify with witness B. Witness B, in paragraph 65, you speak about that false alarm, that there is a hostage situation by people in a black Vito, and this is the first time a black Vito is mentioned. Is that a vehicle that you were driving in and your team, you were all driving in one car?
That's correct, Commissioner. That will be the car that we were driving in, and that was the only car that we were driving in on that day.
Yes. So, Ms. Poe, if you, I don't mean to burden you and the witness unnecessarily, but there are many names and one I'm not sure about their significance for purpose of this evidence, but in the course of the terms of reference that we are required to comment on.
Commissioner Paloi, perhaps we can bookmark the end of paragraph 67, just to turn back to paragraph 59, because that's where the names begin. The first name that appears in this instance is Brigadier Mkabela. Witness B, do you know who Brigadier Mkabela is?
Is the commander at the lab? That's all I can say. Yeah, it's one of the senior officials at the lab.
And then there's General Molaudzi. Do you know who he is?
He's the overall commander of the lab as a whole.
He's there?
Overall commander of the lab as a whole. And just to note that some of these individuals will be called to the commission to provide the ballistics evidence. And then there is Colonel Lesu. Do you know who he is?
Yes, I know. He's also one of the officers at the lab. He has helped me in more than once at the lab.
Is he an analyst at the lab?
No, he's also a commander. The commanders are in different levels. He's also a commander. But now, me not being the personnel at the lab, I won't be able to be specific as to what exactly.
Okay, and then there's Captain Masilo. Do you know who he is?
He's a Special Task Force commander.
My apologies, Commissioners. We are now at paragraph 65. The next person is
Sorry,
Colonel.
can you repeat that for Captain Masilo?
Special Task Force commander.
And then there's Colonel Barchis.
Same units, also is the commander.
And then there's Colonel McIntosh.
I don't know what can say.
He's noted in the statement as a hostage negotiator.
Oh, yes, yes.
The next is at paragraph 67. That's Colonel Shole.
General Shibiri, I think is from the Highway Patrol. I don't remember from which unit, but it's the person that was dispatched to attend to the complaint.
The next person is Warrant Officer Ndumiso.
He's a member from LCRC. Yes.
The next is Colonel Shaku.
Colonel Shaku and Shole is one person. I think it's a spelling error.
Okay. I think we've dealt with General Mulaudzi. Okay. Commissioners, those are the names that appear in the preceding paragraphs to 68, which is where we are.
Thank you, Ms. Bell.
Witness B, you note at paragraph 67 that you then withdrew from the lab. Can you explain what then happens at that point of withdrawal?
After instruction from General Mlaudzi that you must leave everything and come back tomorrow, that was the part where we left everything as instructed and we went outside. While we were outside, we were walking outside, all of us, those members, Colonel Shole, Captain Mahosho, and we were all laughing as to, it's like we didn't know who created the situation, all of us at the time, because we were all laughing about it as to say who created the situation, who said there was a hostage in the first place here, who said there was a kidnapping here. And then, but there was something I noted after that. Captain Makhotle said, "No, guys, I'm not driving with you going back. I'll go with Colonel Shole because he stays nearby from where I'm staying, so there won't be any need for you to drive me back there." And then that's what it's, then we all go to our different directions.
Sorry, is that spelling error then Shole, not Shaku?
Yes, Commissioner.
So in paragraph 68 and 67, we must replace Shaku with Shole.
That's correct.
And at the point that Captain Makhotle tells you that he'll no longer drive with you, what was his mood or attitude towards you? Or
Hence,
the
I'm
team?
saying we were there in the front door of the lab, and hence I'm saying we were all laughing. It appears as if all of us were puzzled as to who created this situation in the first place. It was a laughable matter at that point.
And when you say you were all laughing, just for completeness, this includes Colonel Makhotle, Captain Makhotle.
All of us.
Thank you. And then at...
Did I
my
mishear
apologies.
you, Witness B? I thought earlier on you testified that when the members, when some of them were now there, Captain Makhotle said that he was kidnapped. Did I misunderstand you or mishear you?
I said he did not.
Thank you.
Just to clarify that, Witness B, you're saying when Captain Shole and Colonel Shole entered with his people, Captain Makhotle did not say that he was the victim or the complainant in this kidnapping situation?
No.
Did he express anything at that point?
No. In actual fact, Colonel Sholo spoke to us rather than Captain Mahotlo. That's when he was asking questions. That what took us to the point where he informed the general, because it was like he was not understanding why he was sent there in the first place, because the explanation is different now, and there was nothing that came from the captain to say maybe, hey, Captain, Colonel, these people, they kidnapped me, this and that and that. I never had any of such.
Thank you, Witness B.
Have you had sight of the contents of the kidnapping docket CAS 118/01/2025?
Unfortunately, I don't know what is in that kidnapping because we only learned maybe 3 days later about we were not aware that there's kidnapping and stuff. So we never had the liberty to see what is in there.
All right. You may take the witness back to where she was, Ms. Powe.
Thank you, Chair. Witness B, we were now at paragraph 69, where you detail what happens the following day, as General Mulaudzi had instructed that you leave everything and return the following day. So this is now the 8th of January. Can you take us
The
through?
following day, we went back and we were taken to Brigadier Mkhabela's office, and then he said we must explain what happened last night. So we took him through everything that happened, and then we explained why did we needed to have that report that urgently in the first place. We showed him the reports that we were having and the reports that we were requiring. And then after the explanation and showing the brigadier the reports that we were having and the omissions there, or not the omission at this time, it was a big date of the commission. And then he eventually understood, and he said to us he can see now where the problem is. And he said, indeed, you must take this workstation, and when you get the report, you must share with us, because we need to institute our internal what did it say? It's internal proceedings in terms of what we pointed out, because he even took the phone and called the general and put him on the loudspeaker and explained what exactly is going on. And the only thing that he said, the general, he said, I told these people not to do this, and Makgotlo is guilty as charged. And then he was happy now that the brigadier to say we can take this workstation, but he said we mustn't take it too long because they're using it. And then he said, but mostly we must share the outcomes therefore with them. And he further told us that they were not understanding what was happening. And then according to what they were briefed on, I don't know who briefed them, it's not exactly what we're telling them. Therefore, they advised the captain to open the case, and he said therefore they will tell him not to proceed because there's no reason for him to open the case. The reason why they advised him is because they were not understanding at the time. And then we thought then everything is resolved. Maybe it's worth mentioning that for the first time visiting a police office, and then you may find the brigadier buying you some food and cold drinks. We enjoyed ourselves there, and then we left. But in the process of taking the workstation, there was a female kennel, I just forgot her name, that was part of the process instructed by the brigadier.
Did you eventually get a statement from Captain Makgotlwe as to why there were multiple reports in his workstation?
Unfortunately, we haven't, because from that day on, or when we go to the lab, we were not even allowed to enter the gates. We needed to be, there was a certain way of handling us when we go to the lab, up to when witness C, I think, is gonna dwell on that, when now he was instructed or tasked to go and obtain the statements of the events as I'm narrating as happened. Then now the generals, they didn't want to give those statements. The brigadier, they didn't want to give the statements. Even the colonels, they didn't want to give the statement of all the happenings as they happened from when we were in a quest to find this final report.
Let us adjourn and resume at 2 o'clock.
B, if I can take you to paragraph 70, there you deal with the collection after the collection of the workstation and processing that it was returned.
Yes.
Can you explain what happened there to the Commission?
When it was part of the team that was returning it, but it was returned on the 16th of January, just before the captain would go back to work.
And then you deal with the efforts of witness C to try and obtain a statement from General Mulaudzi. Can you explain why the statement was sought and what efforts was taken to obtain the statement?
After now, we learned now that there was a case opened, and also we were seeking to have the statements because all the steps that were followed and all the permissions that were granted, we needed now the general and the brigadier to put it in writing now, because it became relevant to have such statements given the fact now that the so-called case that the captain was advised. And I want us to look at this point of being advised, that initially it was not even Captain Makgotlo's initiation. He was advised to do this. So we had to have such statements at disposal because we followed certain procedures. We seek certain permissions that were granted. There's nothing that, of our knowledge, we did forcefully or any other way. Therefore, witness C was the one tasked to go and obtain such statements, and he had some interactions even over the phone with the relevant people that were supposed to depose the statements. However, I would rather leave it at that. Maybe witness C can tell the commission a little better, hence he was the one interacting and he was the one tasked to do such.
Thank you, Witness B. At paragraph 72, you comment on the kidnapping case that Captain Makgotlo opened against you and your team members. Can you tell us your thoughts about this?
Yes, as I've already indicated, that to me it was so strange to say there was a kidnapping. First of all, the said kidnapping, it should be the crime scene, it should be a police station. It's bizarre. How can you kidnap somebody from police station where all the help is there to prevent crime? Further than that, we were going to the office, not our office. We can't be the one directing how we get there, how we gain entrance there, how we access the office. Obviously, the person who's leading us is the person who's working in the office. Thirdly, there's security at the gate. You can't just access the ballistic without going through the security. All that, he's the one who was talking to the securities to assure them that there's nothing wrong that is happening. It's him. He's with us and we've got permissions and all that. So I really, even after when now everybody was called, God knows who called people that supposedly attended that kidnapping. But when they get the final explanation, Otherwise, the way the people were supposed to open that kidnapping, that's how crime works. And we were not supposed to be let go if now we committed crime. That's where, when you find the suspect and on the act, that's where now you arrest. You don't tell the suspect that, go, you come back some other time, I'll arrest you some other time. And given the fact that kidnapping, it's taken as a serious crime, it was supposed to be open there and there because the police were there to attend to it. However, all that didn't happen. And the fact that we were told that he was advised and he would be unadvised. So all that didn't happen. It makes you wonder, why was it opened in the first place? What is the reason? Because there must be a reason.
And knowing what you know now, have you established a reason?
All I can say now is just that there are things that I would rather speak to it maybe to the commission only because of the integrity of the investigation, because to be mindful that this case is still at court, it's not yet finalized, and there's sensitive information that I wouldn't want to speak on this platform, maybe to add on my comment.
Witness B, when you say this case, you mean which case are we talking about?
I'm talking about the Bernarken case 275 because all these reports that we're referring to, most of them, they're from that case.
Okay, thank you.
Witness B, we are at the end of that section. Commissioners, Witness B wants to go back to the section where we were dealing with the General Shibiri meeting.
Before you do that, then maybe let me ask questions on this last part. Witness B, in your paragraph 71, that's where you discuss contact with General Mulaudzi to interview him and take a statement. And you explain that he didn't make himself available. So should we take it that as matters stand now, there is no statement from General Mulaudzi?
That's correct.
And you say General Mulaudzi is the head, the overall head of the laboratory?
That's correct, Commission.
Okay. And do you know what is happening with that case that is now, you say, sitting with IPID? Have they interviewed you? Is anything happening there?
All I know that we submitted our warning statements to the IP. As to how far, we never had any other reports as to what is happening. We don't know.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bell.
Thank you, Commissioner Balwe. If we can...
While Ms. Bowe is still trying to find her place, let me ask a further question about the General Mulaudzi's failure to provide a statement. Has anyone of your team, or you specifically, reported this to your superiors? This problem of getting an interview and statement with General Mulaudzi?
Yes, we did.
And who in particular have you reported it to?
We reported it to our immediate commander, where we are reporting currently. That will be Colonel Kumalo.
Okay. And you don't know whether he has done anything about it or what he has done about it?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bell.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. If we could go back to page 15 of the witness's statement, this is where we end, where witness B ends talking about the meeting with General Shibiri. Witness B, you mentioned that you would want to make some observations based on what you know now in relation to your meeting with General Shibiri.
It's just one aspect there. Now, holistically looking at this whole thing that we're facing here, I was so shocked later on after the arrest of Kate Madlanga. When we look at his cell phone analysis, and then to find that the general has the relationship, or if it's not a relationship, the talking relationship with this Vusi Madlanga. And I would also note that this phone that we have of Vusi Madlanga, it was only in use from December. And indeed, what I can say in my comment on this is to say, I noticed that the very same general was in communication with Vusi Madlanga using a WhatsApp, voice calls from the period of that December up until May. However, I noted that in April they never spoke, but consecutively from December up until May. However, April is not there. And furthermore, I learned that the relationship is so serious that there is even an exchange of monies between them. So it made me question everything that I questioned initially as to what was the purpose, what was supposed to mean especially the conversation of the envelopes. What was its intention? Maybe I'll deal with why this is so strange, and it makes me feel otherwise when I discover this at a later stage when we're dealing with the syndicates now. Maybe that's where I'll deal with this part to say why was it so questionable to me.
Commissioners, without the AV people displaying my screen, just to say that the conversations that the witness is referring to is displayed. I know that it is part of the record. I'm just not sure which part of the record. This evidence has been presented to the Commission. So that those are the conversations that the witness is referring to.
And on top of that, may I speak?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, on top of that, hence we've said now, since we've started with this investigation, we're getting a lot of streams of information. We were like shocked to learn from one of the streams of information that the same general was also giving information as to how to counter the investigation, including the very same Vusi Madlanga. So that made me question everything and question myself if where will I be safe, maybe to discuss certain investigations, if maybe now we'll have such information about they're supposed to be our heroes because they are our leaders. They're supposed to guide us. And when you get such information, because when we were called in that meeting, to be honest with the Commission, I was so proud to say we're doing something that is noticeable by the national office, not even knowing that it's not even the purpose.
Ms. Bowe, speaking amongst the three of us, our recollection is that perhaps these were touched on during the testimony of witness X. We may be wrong, but whatever the position, you may perhaps just prepare a schedule. You don't need to go through it with this witness, in which you indicate where what is with regard to what this witness has said. Is that fine?
We will do so. Commissioners, if we go back to paragraph 74 at page 26 of the witness's statement. Witness B, there you begin to talk about the bail application that Mr. Tau made. Can you take us through this?
Yes, Tau's bail was scheduled to the 2nd of August. And then,
Perhaps before you go to when it was scheduled, can you explain to the Commission what happened to his prior bail applications?
okay, the initial bail application where all three accused have applied, that bail was denied by the magistrate at Vereeniging. And then later on, Tau brought a new bail application on new facts, of which on those new facts, he alluded that he was sick and his sickness was worsening since he was in prison. And according to him, the doctor recommended that he needed to go to a certain clinic that is the only clinic can assist to control his disease. And then apparently then he was granted a bail on those bases. However, I would like to put on record that prior he was granted this bail, he was at the prison since the 17th after the arrest. And his condition has been treated. There is facility inside the prison that is treating the very same condition. And when we learned that he brought this based on this sickness, I went to the prison. I met with the health practitioner there in prison. And then I asked them if they have means to assist a person with this condition. They told us that yes, of course, they've been managing this sickness as like his for years, and they've got about 120. I don't remember the number very well because I'm not referring it to anything. I just relying on my recollection of the events then. He said they have some 100 plus of the patients with exactly the same sickness, and they manage it very well. And we learned that people with the same sickness, they know even how to manipulate it to make it look like it's uncontrollable. And according to the health practitioner, that was the case with Tau anyway.
For the record,
Witness B,
for the record, witness B, what is the medical condition?
Okay, it is diabetic.
Yes, Witness B, you can continue.
Yes, I've learned that from the health practitioner that those patients, they know how to manipulate the sickness to make it look like it's uncontrollable. They know what to do to trigger certain sickness to make it look like it's uncontrollable. So they've said even in prison, there's a lot of prisoners that have went that route, especially when they want to use those grounds as the grounds for bail. Well, we even obtained the affidavits from the health practitioner at the prison to say we are able to control this, but if the accused doesn't want, he wants to go out from the prison to be treated, even that they can assist, they can take him wherever that he needs to go. But however, he was granted bail based on those conditions, and then he was placed on the house arrest with strict condition, I must say, because he was not even supposed to go out anywhere other than 3 places, of which it will be court, it will be the clinic that he alluded, and to see his legal team only. And even then, it was said that he must use the shortest routes without via, and prior he must let the IO know and the routes thereof.
Witness B, in paragraph 75.1 of your evidence, you talk about an inappropriate discussion preceding the bail, the granting of bail.
Can I just...
Commissioner Kumalo, before we go there, just to complete this, Witness B, this evidence was placed before the magistrate, the evidence related to the health practitioners.
Yes, it was. And after he was out on bail and he violated his bail condition, I went to the clinic that he alluded that is the only clinic that can help him to control his sickness. To my surprise, the doctor never saw him since 2021, if I'm not mistaken. He never treated him for this sickness as he alluded. And the doctor even deposited the statement to say he doesn't even need to see him. He can treat this via emails. He can consult via emails. So he basically lied to court.
Thank you, Witness B. Commissioner Kumalo was taking you to paragraph 75, where you deal with the alarming circumstances or concerning events around the bail application itself. So if we can go there, and then you can start with the first event.
As we're preparing for a bail on new facts, it was on the 2nd, I think, between the last, I don't remember the dates, but towards the 2nd, let me put it like that, July towards the 2nd. On Tuesdays at our office, we always have a meeting where we discuss crime, we discuss everything that concerns investigations and everything there. So it was one of these meetings when I was approached by my colleague, Sergeant Chukudu, and he told me that he was sent to me by Brigadier Nkwashu to plead with me not to oppose the bail for Tau. And then that was so strange because this bail, it was not even an initial bail, it was bail on new facts. My stance was already known because I already opposed that bail successfully. So there was nothing that was going to change with this one, because whatever facts that were there then, they were still there even now, except that now he alluded at court that now his sickness is worsening because he's in prison, he might die. Then the magistrate, he said, no, you can't die on my account. And then this request was unusual because in the case where we have murder suspect, or let me say serious crime suspects, all the commanders will tell you to go and oppose bail. This was so strange to say you shouldn't be opposing bail.
Witness B.
Are you still on 75.1?
Yes. Witness B, can you explain to the Commission who Sergeant Sukudu is and who Brigadier Nkwashu is?
Okay, Sergeant Sukudu is my colleague, same office. And then Brigadier Nkwashu, well, I learned that he's a district commissioner at Sidibeng, but I don't know him even today. But I got messages only from him, according to my colleague.
Did Witness B, did Sergeant Chukudu tell you why Brigadier Nkwashu, or Brigadier Nkwashu's reasons why you should not oppose bail? Did he say, how did he explain it?
Commissioners, I didn't even entertain. I just told him that there's no way that I won't be opposing this bail. Stance is already out there. You know that I am opposing this bail. I even went as far to say, because I thought it was for a good cause, that meeting, to say this docket, it's been watched by the generals at the national office, thinking it was for that purpose.
Then at paragraph 75.2, you deal with a call that witness A received. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, before the bail verdict, he received a call telling him that that was going to get the bail. That was a call to witness A from his contact, and then indeed on the 2nd he was granted bail. And then after he was granted bail, I still received a call from the very same colleague of mine, Sergeant Chukudu. He requested us to meet, and remember, at this point, I'm afraid even to leave my house because of, I understand the danger has escalated now. So he called me, and then we met somewhere around Mall of the South, and then he delivered the message to me. He says he was sent again by Brigadier Nkwashu to say thank you. And I was like, that was so uncomfortable, that one, because I was like, why? Why are you thanking me? Because you came with a request that I didn't grant. What is the reason for thanking me now? I asked him, why is he thanking me? He said, no, I don't know, I'm just a messenger. And to me, that felt like a disguised threat to say, with or without you, and now that you made your point, where do you stand? Thank you. So that's how it felt to me. Even today, it felt like a disguised threat.
And
worse, because it was delivered by somebody who knew what was the answer from the request. Why did he feel the need to bring this message? What it's supposed to mean?
Witness B, this Sergeant Chukudu, are you friends with him, or is he just a colleague? How do you interact with him socially and work-wise?
We're colleagues, but we had a good relationship in that space. It's somebody that I would request assistance from, knowing that he would really come through. That he's a bubbly person, if I may put it like that.
Well, I'm asking because I want to understand why would you feel so comfortable to come and relay to you what looks like obviously irregular, if not unlawful communication with you?
That part, that's why I said it was an uncomfortable one, because hence I'm saying the guy is a very bubbly person. He's a to-go person sometimes when you get stuck, because he's open, but we never had such conversation in the past.
Yeah. So you think maybe it's because he's bubbly that he's sent to relay these kind of messages, inappropriate messages?
I won't really know what was the reason, but what I know is that I'm not the first person that he tried to relay. I don't know. I know that my colleague witness B was on leave when these things are happening. He informed me. He also got a call from the very same colleague, and then he told him that he's on leave, and basically the person to talk to, it's me. I guess he really needed to deliver this message. He found himself had to. I don't know. I won't know what is the reason behind it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, witness B.
And then after that, after me now feeling so threatened in that manner, I reported this matter to Brigadier Hopane.
Do you know if Brigadier Khopane has done anything about it?
Yes, I do. After Tao was rearrested now, after he failed to stick to his bail conditions, during the arrest, as I was keep reporting things to the brigadier, she phoned me and told me that I did call Chukut and reprimanded him to stop conveying the messages. I told him that his person is arrested and he must stop conveying such messages to you, and he apologized.
Thank you, witness B.
Commissioners, a statement from Brigadier Khopane is attached as B7, where she gives this exact account. Witness B, at paragraph 76, you deal with yet another encounter, this time directly with Brigadier Nkwashu. Can you explain to the Commission what happened there?
All right. This is the later now, this year. Like when I say later, I mean like in the events that I've been speaking to. Now we come to 2025, April 16. I received a phone call from Colonel Grandling from Vereeniging. He was telling me that I need, he got the call from district commissioner. He wants the docket. He wants certain dockets, let me put it like that, including the one that I was investigating. And then there was timelines there. And it was like he was getting pressure. That's why he called me and he said, you know what? I told him that I don't have a docket. It's at DPP. He said, okay, fine, because this is, I was pressurized to give this docket. Please speak. He gave me the cell phone numbers of the brigadier And then he said, please call him and explain what you're explaining to me, because he doesn't want any explanations from me. He wants the docket. So you are in the better position to give account to the docket, because I don't have a docket. I just know you are investigating the docket. Of which indeed I called the brigadier, I explained, I introduced myself, I explained my situation where the docket is concerned. And then he said it's okay. Yeah, that it's okay. Then if the docket it's at the DPP. But shortly after that, he called me back. Said no, this docket is that one of Mlive. I said yes. He said no, don't bring the docket to me. I don't want it. You must give it to the provincial commissioner. But I don't want anything to do with it, a docket.
Witness B,
Oh, he better said, oh, there's something that he said. He said he is a suspect on that docket. And I was like shocked, and I asked, are you a suspect? And then our conversation ended there.
thank you, Witness B. Commissioners, Witness B has provided us with the recordings of these calls. And so we would like to play these two recordings. The call that Witness B makes to, my apologies, just 1 second. I'd like to confer with my colleague. Commissioners, my apologies. In order to play the two recordings, we just need a short adjournment to sort out the sound.
Let us adjourn, you'll let us know.
Thank you, Commissioners. We will first start with the call that witness B makes to Brigadier Nkwashu. Just to note that we will be playing the call from 20 seconds in because she starts by introducing herself. But we will provide the full clip to the Commissioners.
And you are sure Brigadier Nkwashu does not address the witness by name somewhere in the conversation?
We have listened to both to make sure.
All right, thank you.
We got an instruction from the PC, né? And to collect all those dockets, including that docket of yours, and go give it to him. And the instruction were given to us as district commissioners. And if we are not handing in those dockets to him, we're gonna be facing the disciplinary steps. So I gave the case numbers to all the stations, to collect all the stations for me to go and give it to the PC. So that is the reason we want that docket.
Oh, Rick, for now,
Yeah.
mina ngizoba a problem because I don't have the docket with me. It's a DPP.
Okay. No, it's not a problem. You can just write me a report that the docket is at the DPP, and you send me that report on email. And my email is nkwashuam2@subs.gov.za, or you can send it to the district commissioner email at Citibank. Then we will, as we hand the other dockets, we will tell him that that one is at the DPP. It's not a problem.
All right, Rick, I'll do so.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Bye.
Commissioners, I hope that was clear and there's no need to replay.
Can I just ask witness B to identify the people on the call for the record?
Witness B?
Commissioners, that will be myself and the brigadier.
Thank you. Commissioners will proceed to play the call that happens shortly thereafter. And this call is from the brigadier to witness B.
That's correct.
Suspect kuleyo case mos.
We suspect.
Yeah, so I won't let it mean, ne? Na no mu itolile. He said direct to go PC, ne?
All right.
No, my we are go DPP. Won't let it give my angfu.
Okay.
Ungai nigga direct to PC.
All right. Yes, brigadier.
All right, such thanks, ne?
Bye.
Bye.
Commissioners, I hope that was also clear. Witness B, for the record, can you please confirm?
I think
just one
it
second.
was clear, but I think I'm a bit lost. Maybe context or I'm not sure. I follow this.
Yeah.
Perhaps in the,
Oh no, I get it.
Ms. Bowe, the recording is in Zulu For the record, I think you do need the witness to explain what that conversation was.
Commissioner Baloyi, this is specifically in reference to the second.
It's the second call, yes.
Witness B, the second call is in isiZulu. Can you translate that call to the commissioners?
I'll try. Basically, the brigadier called me back to ask me in particular if that case was for Katiso Mlipe, and I said yes, and he said no. On that case, he is the suspect, therefore I shouldn't bring the docket to him. I must take it straight to the provincial commissioner. He doesn't want it.
And for the record, who was the provincial commissioner at that time?
It's General Shibiri.
Thank you. Witness B, did General Ntombeni's office or even the Sedibeng District Commissioner's office ever communicate this request formally to you or your commanders?
No. That was the last time we had such conversation about the docket.
Witness B, you say in your statement that as investigating, he is a suspect. Do you now know, as you testify, whether he is a suspect?
Hey, up to today, I'm not so sure what the brigadier was talking about, because as far as I understand in this docket, the suspects are arrested. There's only one outstanding with the J50, so I have no idea.
And at any point before this the two telephone conversations, had General Nkwashu been involved at all to do with your docket, the Vereeniging docket?
No, except when he was making requests through my colleague. That's the only thing I had to know this name from, but other than that, no.
Thank you.
Could the he possibly have been a reference to Mr. Katiso Mlipe?
Oh, beg your pardon, Commissioner, didn't get it.
I'm saying, could the he is a suspect, could that possibly have been a reference to Mr. Katiso Mlipe?
I actually not so certain, but there's one thing that I can note while we're there. Maybe it might bring a picture to the commissioners. On the 9th, shortly after Mlipe appeared at court, I learned from the prison head that there was a request from Brigadier Nkwashu to go to prison to see Katiso after hours. And the reason why he wanted to go there, according to the reasons given to the prison head, is that he was apprehended that morning at airport, so he needed to bring him some clothing and some food, and it was quite after hours for visitation at the prison. And indeed, according to the prison head, he went there, but they also noted certain things that they made mention to me to say he came driving in the BMW without registrations.
Witness B.
Of which it was.
Witness B, just 1 second.
Yes, the ambiguity with regard to the pronoun does not arise if we listen to isiZulu. My co-commissioner says the brigadier said ngi. suspect, so the Ngi refers to the brigadier himself. It only arises when we read it in English, so you can't be sure whether the he refers to the brigadier or refers to Katiso Molefe. So my co-commissioner says, he said Ngi, which would mean that it's the brigadier who is the suspect.
Yes, Chair.
That's correct.
And we will be providing objective transcripts of that recording.
Thank you.
My apologies, Witness B, you were also providing that confirmation?
Yes, he indeed said Ngi, he suspect, meaning he was referring to himself to say, I am the suspect.
Witness B, you were explaining, and I think some of it got lost, or at least I lost it along the way. It was in response to my question whether General Nkwashu has had any involvement with this case, and I think you were starting to explain, you had started to explain that on the morning or after Mr. Tau was arrested at the airport. Can you just repeat that? What happened? And how, and I think you were speaking to the involvement of Brigadier Nkwashu with that.
I'm saying all I know where Katiso is concerned, all I know is that I got a call from the prison head informing me that they had a request from Brigadier Nkwashu, whom he said Katiso was been arrested on that morning at airport. Then he was requesting to be granted permission to see Katiso after hours on the 9th. And then he indeed went to prison driving in a vehicle without registration numbers, of which the prison head noted and said, we find it strange, why would the brigadier now drive in a vehicle without registrations? However, they told me that they couldn't allow him to see Katiso, but they took the clothing from him and they refused to take food because their policies doesn't allow so. And yeah, that was it about that day. And then furthermore, he told them that he was related to him in a way, but when they make their own inquiries, Katiso denied being related to him, so they felt like there was something wrong happening. That's why they reported that incident to me.
I don't know how prisons work, but is an incident such as this recorded in the prison's record where a visitor is asked to come in to see a person? Would there be a record in your experience of this?
Yes, there is also some reports that the prison had made and also deposited the affidavits in that respect.
Thank you.
Even the video footage, I saw the video footage where they were showing me the person that they say it was the brigadier entering there.
Yes. And do you know if anything has been done about this arising from that report, whether any action has been taken to deal with this?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Witness B.
Commissioners, just to link the past 2 days' testimony, Witness A, you will recall, testified that he placed with the prison officials strict instructions that if there are only certain categories of people who are allowed to visit, and this is part of the reason why they were alerted of the visit. Furthermore, Witness C will come and deal with the specifics of the visit, including the records they received from the prison officials.
Thank you.
Witness B, We can then look at paragraph 77, and this is where you discuss your meeting with witness A to discuss all of the concerns that you now had, especially given Mr. Dao's release. Can you talk to the Commission about this?
Yes. On the 3rd, we couldn't even sleep. We met, we reflected on everything that has happened, and we also reflected at the danger that was facing us now that was granted bail. On our first attempt, we tried to get hold of Brigadier, trying to explain to her how do we feel now, what is at stake right now. And then we couldn't find the Brigadier. She was not in the province. She was having something out of the province, and then failing to get hold of her, we then tried now to think, what else can we do? Given the fact that already we had an instruction to say, you speak to me or the general, now we try to think, how can we reach the general? At that point, we didn't have a direct line with the general. So we engaged one of our colleagues that we have worked with in the past. The one who's not even in our office, and then that will be Sergeant Matendra, who was, we knew that she's got an easy access to the general. Therefore, we dropped to him, and then we deliberate there. And one of the reasons why we opted to go to Sergeant Matendra, I guess witness A has touched on this, because we have a history of working together in the serious cases. We once worked on several cases. Therefore, there was one member that we used to work with, of which a witness B mentioned that passed away. Maybe it's not the right word to say he passed away, because he didn't pass, actually he was killed. And then with the situations that he would communicate with us to say, hey, there's a problem here and there, and then I might be killed. And we find ourselves in the very same situation.
Witness B?
And
Witness
the person
B.
who would best
Witness B?
understand it was Matendra, because he knew what Logu faced and subsequently what happened to him. So
Witness
we
B.
knew that he would understand our
Witness
situation.
B?
But the main point, it was for him to connect us with the general,
Witness,
which he subsequently did.
Witness B, please hold your thoughts. Don't forget where you were. Ms. Bowe, did you not introduce this discussion by making reference to paragraph 77?
Chair, I was waiting for a pause to pull the witness back to the sub-contents.
Why I'm asking that is because you said the witness's eyesight is not that good, and that she would not be able to read. I just have the feeling that 77, inclusive of 77.1 up to 77.7 should be read into the record, and perhaps you should do that and just get the witness to confirm. I would like for that to go into the record.
Chair, not to be defined, I'll first ask the witness if she can touch on these issues, because I think she had forgotten them and went straight but I will do so. I'll read to the
And
record.
are you hoping that she's going to go 7.1 up to 7.7 point by point? You see, that's my concern. My concern is that it's probably going to be a generalized narrative, whereas she says the two of us had reflections, and these are our reflections, 77.1 all the way to 77.2, unless you think the witness is going to be able to do that.
Chair, lest I be disappointed or misleading the commission, I will read the paragraphs into the record.
Thank you.
Starting at paragraph 77, after the granting of the bail and into the early hours of 3 August 2025, witness A and I met to discuss the case. We were extremely concerned about Mr. Daou's release and the danger that this would pose for us. We also reflected on the worrisome things that had already taken place during the course of the investigations. In particular, we recalled threats and intimidation whenever we attended bail application, including the cars that followed us and attempted to drive us off the road after the accused person's first appearance. Threats and warnings from senior SAPS officials expressing both that brown envelopes had been prepared and that if these were not taken, our lives would be in danger. Interference from SAPS members, including from Brigadier Nkwashu through Sergeant Sukudu, the omission of linkages in the ballistics report, and general unresponsiveness from Captain Makhotle. Intelligence on the nature of the criminals involved and their reach, in particular that the targets of the investigations were close to senior SAPS members. The withdrawal of 3 of the 5 members who were working on the case with us. Mr. Daou had now been released on bail. We were aware of his access to resources and had been warned that if released, we would be his target. Moreover, we learned from an inmate informer that he had tried to procure hitmen to assassinate us while incarcerated. Witness B, can you confirm the contents of these paragraphs?
I confirm.
Thank you.
Before you move on, witness B, in that paragraph 77.4, where you speak about the unresponsiveness from Captain Makhotle, from what you have described regarding General Mulaudzi, would it be wrong to include him, or is there a reason that you don't include him in that complaint about unresponsiveness?
I don't think I understand the question, Commissioner.
You have described to us in your evidence earlier that General Mulaudzi has been uncooperative in giving you an interview and a statement about the events that have happened at the laboratory. And what I'm asking you is, doesn't that conduct also qualify his failure to cooperate with you? Does it not qualify as unresponsiveness as well?
It could, but at this point we are concerned with what we saw as the threats and the issue of General not giving the statement. It came later on. I guess by the time I was looking at those things, I was looking way back from where it started as reflected as and at this point I didn't really look at that to form part of the reflections that we were having at the time. And remember, these reflections we were having on the 3rd of August before we even attempt to get statements from the generals.
I understand. Thank you.
Commissioner Baloyi, on that point, there is a typo on paragraph 77. It should read 3 August 2024, not 5. So the incident with General Mulawuzi happens in January of this year.
I saw from B7 that Mr. Tau was rearrested in September.
Yes, shortly after his bail release. Witness B, can you speak to Mr. Tau's rearrest after his bail release?
Oh yes, he was arrested on the 20th of September. And then after he violated his bail conditions, and then what happened is amongst the what is this bail conditions was expected to check on him anytime, any day. He was instructed to allow the police to check on him anytime, any day. And then by the first day when I decided to go to check on him, he was not at home. And then we found his son there who told us that he went to work and he's the person who will always go. Then I just knew there and there that we have a problem now. We applied for search and seizure for his DVR because we learned that he had some cameras to monitor now what was happening all along, only to find that shortly after his arrest, he never even obeyed that house arresting. He was going as if there was no restrictions. He would leave, come midnight and everything. Then the docket as per section 67A was opened, and then subsequently J50 was applied and granted, and on the 20th of September it was executed. And then he has been in prison since then, and then that case has since been finalized and he has been convicted on that.
Thank you, Witness B. You were at paragraph 78 and just explained your approach to Sergeant Matenjwa. And in your explanation, you told the commission why Sergeant Matenjwa was the right person to approach. And I believe that the story you were conveying there is important to you. So if you can explain to the commission there what happened.
Sergeant Matenjwa is a colleague that we have been working with, especially in the serious crimes that involve multiple murders. And then we had another member that we used to work with, that would be Sergeant Lovo, whom I said he was then killed in line of his duty. And then knowing that Matenjwa and myself and Witness A and Sergeant Lobo understand our situation at the time, why we desperately needed to speak to the general about our situation, because we knew now that our situation, like our story, it was just a same script, different characters. We were going to the roots where this other sergeant find himself in, because he would say that, hey, what I'm going through here, I might be killed. So he died knowingly so that he might be killed, as much as we already knew by that time that we are at the verge of being killed ourselves. So the best person who would understand our story who understand it back to Sergeant Lobi. It was Sergeant Matendra. And then we explained to him, and he subsequently indeed saw the gravity of our story, and he made sure that he connects us with the general, of which we couldn't get hold of him that time, but I believe that the sergeant briefed the general, and subsequently, I think on the 5th, the general called me, and I got a chance to explain what was happening. And
Witness B.
Yes.
Before you deal with your conversations with the general, maybe to step back and deal with paragraph 79, where you talk about the dangers and your continued reliance on the private security company because the sub-TRA processes hadn't produced any results. Can you tell the Commission about that?
Yes, we were like, from the second, we were relying on this private security or company to assist us in order for us to be able to do our investigations. And then the TRA also was done on us.
Witness B, can you just remind us, when did you first request a TRA?
It was shortly after the first appearance. I'm not so certain any longer because I don't have the copy of it, but I believe it was sometime in May.
And as at August, you hadn't received it? Because
And
as
in August,
I say,
there was a second TRA now that was conducted, seeing that one, we don't know what happened to it.
so between May when you asked and the beginning of August, nothing had been done on your first request?
No commission.
Do you know ordinarily how long or what is the response time when there's been a request for a TRA? Ordinarily, what would be the response time?
It was the first time myself dealing with that. I don't know, but what I see on the second TRA, we spoke with the general, I think on the 5th, and then it's either on the 7th or on the 8th already. We got response because the officers from the office conducting the TRA, they came to our office. I had an interview with them. So it was that quick on the second one.
The second one, just to confirm, the second one was after you had now involved General Mbuso Kumalo for assistance.
That's right.
Thank you.
Witness B, my apologies, Commissioner Kumalo.
Yes, Witness B, you have mentioned earlier, but you repeat it in this paragraph 79, that you had to use a private security. How did you get this private security? Is this your private arrangement? Was it an SAPS arranged protection?
No, it wasn't SAPS arranged. I would say it was private, given the fact of the relationship that I had with them since 2020. I first met them 2020 dealing with another case of murder somewhere else.
All right. Thank you, Witness B.
Witness B, at paragraph 80, you refer to talking to the prosecutor after Dow's release, and that she also took some steps of her own accord. Can you tell the Commission about this?
Yes, this prosecutor has been the person that we've been working closely to on this matter since day one. Therefore, we needed even not to explain anything to her. She understood everything and the danger surrounding this investigation. So she was very, very concerned. So she wrote to our office, like I think she copied more than one office with her concerns where our safety is concerned. So she was requesting that the SAPS must do something in order to protect us and the docket.
Commissioners, the letter from the prosecutor is attached to General Kumalo's statement, and I think also General Masamula's statement. I'll provide specific references in the morning. Witness B, you then deal with now when General Mbuso Kumalo calls you back after being briefed by Sergeant Matenja. Can you explain what happens there?
Yes. And then the general called me. I explained everything that we were facing, and then I summarized and all the threats against the investigation team, and then and our concerns since the accused was released. And then the general, the following day, I believe, when I go for investigation, he provided some TRT members to assist, accompany me on my investigation, even though I don't know what was the reason, but it was on that day, and then it was withdrew after that. But I saw something moving after that, because after that, on the 8th, that call I got from the general, it was on the 6th, and then the 7th, the TRT members came. On the 8th, the TRA members also came for interview. Even though this TRA thing, it also take its course. It's not like shortly after that you'll get the results. It took its time, I think plus or minus 3 months in progress. But at least something was happening. Somebody was talking to us. We knew that something was being done, unlike the first one where no one contacted us.
And just for the record, TRT stands for?
Tactical Response Team.
Advocate Poet, because the witness is not reading from her statement, and I know you know where the witness is and where you are, maybe just indicate to us that we've skipped 4 paragraphs. We are now in paragraph 84.
My apologies, Commissioner Kumalo. The witness dealt with the prosecutor's letter, which is covered from paragraphs 80 to 82, and then 83 deals with the call that she receives from General Kumalo. And then we are now at paragraph 84, where she was provided with support from TRT and the interview with an officer from the TRA. Just for the record, the letter from the prosecutor is attached in General Mkwanazi's statement, MK8, at pages 181 to 183. Witness B, at paragraph 84, you deal with the interview with the TRA officer. Can you tell the Commission about that?
Yes, I would say I had an interview with the Colonel and Dooley and Colonel Theron, of which I don't think I'll be able to say on record what we were dealing with in that interview.
That's fine, Witness B. And at paragraph 85, you deal at a high level with the findings of Colonel Ntuli. Can you explain that to the Commission?
Oh yes, Colonel Dooley, in his findings, he classified the risk or the danger that we were facing as high risk.
And Witness B, do you know what this means for somebody who doesn't understand the categories of risk?
In the lack of better words to describe, I would say it meant now we're at grave risk.
And at the end of the paragraph, you deal with then what is recommended for persons classified as high risk. Do you want to tell the Commission about that?
Yes, in his recommendation, he recommended a 24-hour security where we concerned. So, meaning now that was a start of us losing our lives. More like going to prison.
Thank you, Witness B. At paragraph 86, you talk about an event that happens during the week of the 12th of August with members of the cold case unit. Can you tell the Commission about that?
Oh yes, on the 12th of August, we, for some reason, I believe we were at the office for something, and then two gentlemen came in, and then they said they were from cold case, of which one introduced himself as Dion Mlaudzi. They were sent from their office to request the Vernagen case with all sub dockets that it goes with. And then, fortunately enough that we were in the office, I was able to jump in to say, no, those dockets are at DPP. In actual fact, they were not even at DPP because we were shocked in a manner. Why? The first thing that came to our mind, why cold case is interested in this case, that it's so hot. And then we further explain that in case they need the dockets, they need to communicate through our commander, that would be Brigadier Hopani.
Yes.
Okay,
Witness.
That was it, then they left. But shortly after they left, I also got another
Witness
call.
B?
Now
Witness B, before you deal with the call that you get, Commissioner Baloyi has a question.
Yes. Witness B, it's about the Sergeant Mlaudzi and the person he was with. Did they explain to you why they are collecting this docket, the main docket and its sub dockets from you? Why it should go to cold case?
Sorry, no, Commissioner, they didn't explain.
And you didn't ask?
I did not ask.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Witness B, in paragraph 87, you talk about the cases traditionally dealt with under the cold case unit. Can you explain this to the Commission?
Normally, the case that will be referred to as cold case, it's where all investigation has been exhausted and nothing come forth. So, meaning no breakthrough on that case, then it will be referred to as a cold case. Doesn't mean now we stop investigating, but not actively as before. Then a cold case will be dealing with such.
And for completeness, did Vereniging and its sub-dockets fall within this category?
No, that's why I used the word that was so hot, because number one, it was fairly not that old. It was a docket that was just opened April. This incident happens in August. Nevertheless, that what is the period? The fact is people were arrested. It's a court-going case. It can never be classified as cold.
And at paragraph 88, you then deal with a meeting that you had with Major General Kumalo. Can you tell the Commission about this meeting?
I think on this meeting, it was the first meeting that we had with the general after witness A came back from leave, and then we went and see the general. And then we spoke about
Witness B?
yes.
Oh, you can still hear us. Okay.
Yes, we spoke about the progress of the investigation from then on. Then we were directed that from then on we'll be reporting to him for the guidance on the docket and the responsibility for our safety, and the docket were formally transferred to General Likalakala, who was going to take us through from then on.
And do you know what position General Lekalakala holds?
Oh, he's at Gauteng Counterintelligence.
Thank you. Witness B, in paragraph 89, you then say that on the same day as the meeting, you then receive a call related again to the cold case unit. Can you tell the Commission about this call?
Yes, this time around I received the call from Colonel Rod, who was also requesting the very same dockets that two gentlemen came to collect previously, and I directed her to Brigadier Hopan to be the person that she refers the request to.
And why did you?
Brigadier also told me so, to say anyone who wants the docket, I must just redirect that person to her. And I shared her numbers also to Colonel Rod to speak to the brigadier.
Again, you describe this interaction as unusual in paragraph 89. Can you explain why?
For the very same reason, because now already the two gentlemen came to the office. I explained that the brigadier needs to be contacted. Instead of contacting brigadier, I still get the same call from the same office to say I must give the dockets, and I still gave Brigadier Khopane's numbers still, but I also went back to the brigadier to alert her to say, I got this call again, however, I gave your numbers. Most probably they will contact you, of which it was strange because when I get the briefing from the brigadier, nobody ever called her.
And that message from Colonel Root asking for the brigadier's number, you deal with that at paragraph 90.
Yes. Yes.
Witness B, in that paragraph, you explain that you later approached Colonel Root for a statement. Can you explain to the Commission why you approached her for a statement and what the outcome of that was?
Okay. Later on, during the course of our investigation, I was instructed by the commander here to say we must get the statement talking to the because he wanted to understand the reason why, in the first place, the docket was requested, and then we first spoke over the phone, and she said it's okay. I can come see her. I went to her office under the impression that I'll get this the statement. However, when I got there, she said no, she was acting on the instruction from her superior, being Brigadier Gininda. Therefore, she needs to check with him first, and then he said she will call me. But then when I make a follow up, then she sent me a message to say I shouldn't be asking a statement from her. I must revert back to the general, to my general, and this matter will be handled at that level.
And Brigadier Gininda, do you know the brigadier's title?
Pardon?
What is Brigadier Gininda's position?
Oh, she's a commander. It's called case unit. He is, sorry to say, he is the commander.
And when you say that Lieutenant Colonel Root said that it should be handled at the rank of the generals, what did you understand by this?
It's what we always encounter during the course of our investigation. At times you get undermined because of the rank. It was more like Sergeant Beckhoff, this is not in your pay grade, therefore it will be handled at that level.
Witness B, before this discussion ultimately with Colonel Root, had Brigadier Gininda expressed any interest or in any way become involved with this your investigation?
I never had any interaction with Brigadier. Only time that his name was mentioned, it's when the colonel said she cannot give that statement. She needs to check with her Brigadier Gininda. That's all. That's it. She just said it, but I don't know because she said she was working from the instruction. But myself, I never had interaction with the brigadier.
Thank you.
And Witness B, are you aware of any discussion that may have happened between your general and her general on this issue?
I left it at that. I don't know.
Do you know if there was ever any discussion between Brigadier Khopane, your immediate your superior, and Brigadier Kininda about this matter?
No, fortunately enough, we keep tabs with Brigadier Hopan. According to her, there was never.
Thank you.
Witness B, at paragraph 91, you make a note on the insistence from the cold case unit to obtain the docket. Do you want to talk to that?
All I can say is that up to today, I really don't know why they needed to have this docket. Maybe there is a reason that will be at the level of the generals, as I was informed, but myself, I don't know. I don't have any explanation.
Maybe let me ask a question. Do you know who would be Brigadier Gininda's general?
I don't know.
Okay. Thank you.
Witness A, are you authorized in your position? Sorry, Witness B. Are you authorized in your position to simply hand over dockets you are working on to other units?
No, not at all. Without the blessings of my commander, I can't do that.
You would have to obtain permission from your commander.
That's correct.
Thank you, Commissioners. Then
And ordinarily, under what circumstances would the dockets be moved from one unit to another?
Normally, when we have interlinking cases, maybe, and then you'll find one unit obtaining the docket from one to another, but normally the one that will seek dockets from another is the one that is having an active investigation that is at court. Maybe when you find linkages, then you'll go obtain from other units in order to place them at the court roll, because they will be there like more like cold, because it won't be a court going. But when you investigate, like let me say, for instance, in this one, this docket has demanded us to have more dockets through linkages, in terms of you may find that the other docket is also implicating the same accused that you already arrested. But it can never be that you take the active one to the one that is not yet at court.
Where was the I-20 Hyundai hijack from? Was it Sunnyside?
That's correct, Commissioner.
And so ordinarily that hijacking would be investigated by the police station under which Sunnyside falls, whatever that police station is.
That's correct.
Yeah, and that docket, is it not with you now or not?
It is.
Oh
It
yeah,
is.
so
It
so
is the
yeah, so
connection.
that's one example. All right, thank you. I think I get the picture. Thank you.
Let me just follow up on that. Witness B, who makes the decision, and who as in title, not name, who makes the decision that a docket must now go to cold case unit?
Good question, Commissioner. Honestly, I don't want to answer on something that I don't know of. I don't know. But while you at that, I don't know when the docket is declared it's going to the court case. I want to make mention of one of the cases that subsequently are at court. There's one case that was in socials. It was declared cold. But when now the linkage is emerged, I didn't find it at cold cases. I find it at the still with an IO. So I don't know when is that decisions are made and when. I have no idea of that process.
Is it possible, from your knowledge and experience, that the cold case unit can declare a docket to be called and then come and ask for it in the way that they've done with you?
No, Commissioner. I mean, like an active court docket, it can never be at any stage declared as cold. Cold means there's no linkages, there's no court going, nothing is happening, there's no leads. All the investigation has been exhausted.
Maybe let me just try to clarify my question. My question is, does the cold case unit declare dockets to be called and then come and get them from wherever they are kept otherwise?
It will be difficult for me to
You don't know?
to talk on what happens in court case because I have no idea.
All right. Thank you.
Witness B, this request from the cold case unit, did they only ask for the Vereniging Meda docket or did they ask for other dockets that you are in possession of?
It was Vereniging and all its babies.
Sorry, say that again, all its?
I said it's babies. I meant to say sub-dockets.
Just for completeness, can you tell us what those are?
Oh, it was Vereniging 275 of 4 2024, Kleprefur 77 of 4 2024, Bramley 149 of 4 2024, and Sunnyside 286 of 1 2024.
Commissioners, I was just trying to cross-reference, and I'll find the reference to General Masamula's evidence. And part of it was that the cold case unit is in his office. Commissioner Baloyi, this is in reference to your question who Brigadier Gininda reports to. But we will communicate the reference.
Thank you, Ms. Boy.
And then at paragraph 92, witness B, you deal with the unexpected events of the 5th of September while you were at your residence. Can you tell the commissioners about that?
On the 5th of September, it was late, around 8. I was already sleeping. Then I was woken up by the rough knocks. When I check, I see police officers, plus or minus 6 or 8. I don't remember because that like frightened me. Like I was really scared because I didn't understand what was going on because there was no prior alerts to say maybe people they will come and everything. And when they got there, they also didn't know who they're looking for. Asking me, they telling me they're looking for but they were looking for a male person that they mentioned by surname, and I was like, no, I don't know that person, only to find that they were referring to me. They just didn't know. And given the insight of what was happening, even my colleagues I couldn't trust, because nobody alerted me that they will come. So that thing shaped me. If I was having some sort of heart disease, I think that was gonna be the day I die.
And did these officials explain who had deployed them to your residence?
As to who, I don't remember if they said, but they said they were from public policing, public order policing, and then they were sent to be there at my house until the next morning. Then that was the beginning of the 24-hour protection, because when they leave, there was a relief. Like it went on and on and on like that. There was never a time where there was no police around me.
And was it just public order policing that did the 24-hour security?
No, at the night it will be them, but in the morning it will be TRT. And the TRT will be the one who will go with us for investigations.
And in real terms, what did this look like for you at the time when these two units were providing protection at your residence?
Honestly, it was, for me, it was good, because I could see something now, it has been done. And then it will make you feel a little bit better now when you go out and do your investigation. But the only thing that was frightening me, it was that encounter at night. And then from there on, we understood that that's our life from then on.
And at this stage, did this have any effect on your family?
A lot. As I'm saying, that was the beginning of us losing our lives. It was not only on us, on family too. Because even the children couldn't understand, why are we now surrounded by people all the time?
Thank you, Witness A. Commissioners, we are about to move to the next topic, which is a little lengthy. So I seek guidance on whether to start and make use of the next 10 minutes, or if...
What's your preference?
I would prefer a slightly earlier adjournment.
Can I just ask one more question? Witness B, you may have covered this earlier, but maybe I did not hear you. Did the cold case unit ever come back to ask for the dockets, or was your communication, I believe it was with Lieutenant Colonel Ruot, was that the end of it? They never came back to ask for the dockets?
That's right, Commissioner. That was the last time.
Let us adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.